If I told you in the next 5 hours, you could learn a technique that'll allow you to memorize a deck of cards in under a minute, memorize 100 names after hearing them once, and walk into any exam, interview, or presentation without ever needing notes. Sounds too good to be true? Well, it isn't. You see, I'm called a memory guy for a very good reason, and that's because I can memorize really fast. Now, in this video actually, is gonna be a 5-hour course, right? And I'm gonna teach you all the tips and tricks I know, which I use to get such a great memory. Now, if you watch my videos, you'll see me doing top 50 videos, top hundreds, and people feel like this is photographic memory. This is inhuman. They think I'm cheating. Well, I'm not. This is all real. And in this course, if you learn those tricks, if you learn all the techniques in this video, you could do the same things as well. Now, I'm not gonna gatekeep. I'm not gonna hold anything back. I'm gonna give you all the secrets that I have to you for totally free. Now, make sure if this video helps you, so make sure you hit that subscribe button, because otherwise I'll have to put it in behind a paywall. Now, this is a 5-hour course, and try not to finish this in one go, because it won't go through your head. It's a lot of things jam-packed together. It's over 40 lessons. So bookmark it, come back to it, and treat it like a real class. This might be, actually, it'll probably be the most valuable video of your life. And you could change your life with this one video. I'm not even joking. This course changed my life. With this amazing memory, I got into law school, I made my own businesses, and I was able to memorize and become smarter as a person, right? Because before I had this memory, I was just a regular guy. But with this course, the lessons and the tricks I'll teach you here, it basically shaped my life into the person I am today. And I want to give this to you for free. So get into the video, get started, and make sure, utilize every value. Listen, I will say this is probably going to be the most valuable video of your life, so don't miss out. Don't treat this as a joke. Anyways, get started. I'll see you by the end of the course again.
Have you ever wondered who the smartest person in the world was? Well, a while back, I Googled highest IQ, intelligence champion, smartest in the world, and the search results were fascinating. I learned that there was someone in my own city with an IQ of 228, a chess player in Hungary who once played 52 simultaneous blindfolded games, an Indian woman who could calculate the 23rd root of a 200-digit number in her head in 50 seconds, and someone else who could solve a 4-dimensional Rubik's Cube, whatever that may be. And what do all of these people have in common? An astounding memory. Now, memory is crucial to a person. Thanks to memory, we can study, remember past events, and exploit our knowledge to gain benefits. Before I trained my memory, I had an average memory at best. Among the things I normally forgot, where I put my car keys, where I put my car, for that matter, the food in the oven, my girlfriend's birthday, our anniversary, Valentine's Day, my friends' phone numbers, why I just opened the fridge, to plug in my cell phone, or even to put the toilet seat down. But now, I could memorize the order of a shuffled deck of playing cards in 66 seconds. In 10 minutes, I could permanently commit to memory what happened on 96 different historical dates and much more. Now, did you know that the average person wastes 40 days in a year compensating for what he or she forgot? In such a highly advanced technological world, every day there seems to be more to remember. More names, more passwords, more appointments. But if you are equipped with a highly advanced memory, life would be qualitatively different and better. Our culture constantly updates us with new information, and yet our brains capture so little of it. Most of it just goes in one ear and out the other. So what would it mean to have all that otherwise lost knowledge at your fingertips? I couldn't help but think that it would make you more persuasive, more confident, and, in some fundamental sense, smarter. It would certainly help you in landing your dream job, become a better friend and spouse. But more than that, it would make you an altogether more attentive, perhaps even wiser as a person. Just think about how many worthwhile ideas have gone unthought and connections unmade because of your memory shortcomings. Now everyone can have a photographic memory, but the memory requires training to be fully functional. It's all about technique and understanding how the memory works. Anyone could do it, really. Now, if you ever wanted to learn things rapidly, like Elon Musk, or become an innovator like Steve Jobs, be sure to take this course. Invest in your brain and your life will improve. Now go ahead, begin this life-changing journey and make the greatest investment for your memory.
Congratulations on purchasing this course, because together we'll take a journey to unleash the true potential of your memory. We're going to unlock the limitless possibilities of your memory that you never thought you possessed. Here's some of the few things that I have in store for you. How would you like to remember the names and faces of everyone you meet in the future and store that information in your memory not just for days and weeks, but for months and years ahead? I'm going to take you on a journey to the world of mnemonics and teach you a new language called the language of numbers. Then you'll be able to remember any numbers, dates, birthdays, appointments, telephone numbers, and I'm also talking about big numbers, such as 50 digits, 100, or even 1,000. How would you like to deliver a lengthy speech entirely from memory? I'm also going to teach you how to remember quotes, jokes, and don't worry, that'll impress anyone, starting from your friends, to your girlfriend, to even the coldest of audiences. Now imagine reading an article or document, and being able to remember every single detail of the document or article. You'll even be able to pinpoint the exact details on any page. That'll definitely impress your family and friends. You'll also be able to pinpoint the day of the week on any date, from the last century, to the future, or even the past, and all of that is going to happen in your brain in seconds. I'll unveil the secrets to accelerated learning. Perhaps you are a student or have kids studying at school. I'm going to teach you how to learn, so you can extract knowledge through the lazy man's way. You'll learn new words and no more spelling mistakes. And I'll also teach you how to learn vocabulary in a foreign language. As we advance through the course, I'm going to teach you how to take control over your brain. And I mean literally control your brain, as in master your own brain waves and control both sides of your brain. You could be the future Tesla or Einstein and you don't even know it. You'll learn how to memorize not one deck of cards, but several of them. I'll train you to become a memory champion in your own right. And all of that is just moments away. Now you might be asking yourself, this guy may be able to teach me a thing or two, but I bet this guy was born a genius or have some sort of special genes handed down to him. Or maybe he was born with photographic memory. Well, that's absolutely wrong. In fact, I was actually a really bad student. I was such a bad student that I was only able to start reading after the 3rd grade. And let's not mention math, cause I was terrible at that. Now that doesn't sound like there was a memory champion in the making, but that all changed one day when I saw a magician memorizing a deck of cards in a few minutes. It may have been entertainment for others, but it changed my vision and my outlook on my own memory. Now this year, I might be competing in the World Memory Championship. Let me give you a little background of how it's like. In there, you'll be challenged to memorize thousands of digits, and the person to memorize the most before making a mistake wins. Now the World Memory Championship started in 1991 and has been growing ever since. Now there's a national championship in many countries, but there is the International World Memory Championship where you have to memorize as much as possible within a time limit, and the one to do the most before making an error wins. One of those events include memorizing as many numbers as you possibly can within an hour, memorize binary digits for 30 minutes, memorize names and faces for 15 minutes, memorize as many decks of cards as you possibly can within an hour, and much more. Now imagine this. There's 26 people who have 1 hour to memorize a number. But this number is 3,000 digits long and randomly generated. So the person who can memorize the most amount of information wins. Now you might be saying, what a sad life. This guy should go out and enjoy life more. He probably just memorizes all day long and sits in front of cards, numbers, and so on. Well, I don't do that all day long. In fact, I only practice 30 minutes a day. Now you could be doing that whilst going to school, university, or work. A lot of people often ask me the same question. What is the point of memorizing so many numbers, faces, cards, and so on, because it doesn't get you anywhere? So I normally answer them with another question. Why would 10 fully grown men try to shoot a ball in the hoop of the other? Why would 22 grown men try to kick a ball in the net of the other? It doesn't do much good, does it? It's not essential for our survival. You see, it's not about shooting the ball or kicking the ball, but rather how it gets in the hoop or the net. That's the cool part. That's why there's a whole industry, fans, and excitement behind it. It's not about the order of numbers in my head, but rather how it gets there. Now that's not only amazing, but it also gives an advantage and an edge above many others. Think about the limitless possibilities if you had that skill. And I'm going to teach you all that. But be cautious, because there are major side effects. Not anything bad, they're all positive. You'll begin to develop laser-sharp focus and concentration. And as your memory develops, so will your confidence and self-esteem. You'll also acquire wide observation, you'll become more creative, innovative, and imaginative. With only a few minutes of practice each day, you can do all this. And don't worry, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to understand all this. These techniques were handed down from 2000 years ago by the ancient Greeks, who needed to keep everything in their head to hand down information from generation to generation, and people would have records of stories, battles, events, and they would talk about it from hours on end, and they used these techniques to do all that. Now we must also remember that at those times, they had the greatest minds the world had ever seen. Then as we moved along through the passage of time, paper and pen came along, and now in the 21st century, we got the biggest library in the palm of our fingers. So with the vast amount of knowledge, we don't need to store them in our heads. So my point is this: I don't want to go back to Greek times. I'm really happy with the internet and the advancements we have made through technology. But at the expense of efficiency, we have sacrificed our mental agility. We don't really need to work our brains too hard anymore. Now have you noticed the continuous trend over the last few decades on the importance of staying fit, exercising, and eating right? We see actors, actresses, movies, television channels all promoting the idea of staying fit. To stay young, healthy, and happy is a really nice idea. And even if we don't do it, we at least know that it is good advice. We are taught that exercising and eating right is good and should be done. The government promotes this idea of staying fit. Now to be fair, we should also have a campaign that promotes working out the brain, just like how it's promoted to work out the body. Well, you'll get plenty of exercises to work out the brain throughout this course. You can consider this course as a training manual for the brain. And I want you to think of me as your mental fitness trainer. Now the techniques I'll teach you are unrivaled. Be fully assured that you're learning the greatest techniques for memory. It took a lot of time to create this course, and I'm giving you the best of the best after tons of research, analysis, and sleepless nights. And so with that, let's get started with our journey. What I want to do now is give a baseline test, as in to test where you are currently. I want to know exactly how powerful your memory is right now. Now we need to know now so that we can compare your progress later on. Now I'll give you a couple of simple tests to measure your progress. I'll give you a series of 10 words, and the idea is to memorize as many words as you possibly can in order before making a mistake. Okay, now listen very carefully. We're going to start right now. Ready? Let's begin. Milk. Bread. Sink. Screwdriver. Cat. Luggage. Light bulb. Football. Car. And finally, lion. Now just think about it. I'm going to call them out again to see how many you can recall. Milk, bread, sink, screwdriver, cat, luggage, light bulb, football, car, and finally, lion. So how many did you get right? It doesn't really matter if you made a mistake. Just make a note of it. Maybe you got 1 or 2 right. But I can promise you that by the end of this lesson, you'll get all 10 of them right in order, whether it is forward or backwards. Now we only have 1 test to go. In this test, you'll be given 16 digits to remember, and I want you to try and remember as many as you can before making a mistake. Now ready? Let's begin. 7 4 2 7 1 9 3 5 3 7 2 8 6 3 4 0. Okay, now how many of them did you get right? Maybe you got 6 or 7 right. Or maybe you made a mistake on the 3rd digit, and that means your score is 2. Now, I'm not expecting you to be some genius here, and I don't expect you to memorize all 16 digits. These are the first exercises you have done so far. So like anyone who goes to the gym for the first time, your muscles are bound to be a little stiff. But I'm giving these tests to make it easier for you to adjust to the course. So after a little while, as you advance through the course, you'll see that this is second nature to you. So don't beat yourself up if you made a really bad mistake right now. Now let's get into the core of the 3 fundamental ingredients that will develop your memory into a world-class genius. We'll be using these techniques throughout the course. They are association, location, and imagination. Now, how would you memorize that? Well, if you make it an acronym, you'd get Ali. Well, I think of Muhammad Ali, the boxer, or more famously known as the greatest. And these are the greatest techniques for memory. Now let me explain those three concepts one by one. First is association. So this concept is the first among the three and the most important ingredient. This is what holds the foundation for the others. So say I give the word home. You think of your house. If I say Santa, you think of Christmas. If I say Easter, you think of the Easter bunny. And if I say dessert, you think of a cake. And if I say Kung Fu, well, you think of Bruce Lee. Well, you get the point. The thing about association is that everything is connected to something. Now, if I gave you a word, you identify it through its association and not through its dictionary definition. Let me explain what I mean. Say I give the word chocolate. Now, your brain doesn't go thinking, oh, a chocolate is a food preparation in the form of a paste or solid block made from roasted and ground cocoa seeds, typically sweetened. Now, your brain doesn't think of that. Your brain thinks of a million other things other than that definition. You may think of the first time you ate a chocolate bar, or maybe when your parents bought you one, or maybe you think of the time when you proposed or gave a box of chocolates. So association can be seen as the engine or mechanism that supports the way the memory works. Now time for another exercise, not a test, just a plain exercise. I'll give you 4 pairs of words, and I want you to create a link between the pairs. Now there's no given links, so you have to create those links. For example, angel and monkey. How would you forge a link between the two? Now me personally, I would think of a monkey sprouting wings and flying into the sky. So you see, you need to use some creativity as well. Maybe you were thinking of an angel and a monkey talking to each other. But I don't want you to think like that. I want you to think differently, outside the box. Now let us get started with those 4 pairs. Now remember, you have to create your own links. Okay, let's get started. Here we go. Ninja and car. Dog and kite. Pizza and gorilla. And finally, money and honey. Okay, so you got it? So what word was linked to ninja? What's the answer? Car. What about kite? What do you think of? Dog, gorilla, pizza. And if I say honey, you think of money. It's really simple if you think about it. Even though there were no direct links, it was pretty easy to come up with an artificial link. Now I want you to get used to making associations. And always use the first link that you can think of, because that's usually the best link you can forge. Now in the next lesson, we'll go over location. As mentioned earlier, there are 3 fundamental building blocks for the development of an amazing memory, and those are association, location, and imagination. Today we'll go over location. Now location is the map of memory, sort of like a blueprint for a building. Location is the place where you look to in order to access all the memories stored in your brain. Let me give you an example. If I told you to tell me everything that you did yesterday in order, what would be going on in your head to access that memory? Well, for one thing, you'd have to trace your steps and go in order from place to place, and that will keep the order. Now let's make it a little more complicated. When people stand trial, witnesses are brought forth. Why is that? Because they were at the location, and humans recall events from locations. Due to those reasons, people have nostalgia when they visit locations from the past, such as past schools, neighborhoods, and so on. So if I were to tell you to recall what happened at this particular hour last week, you really will need to recall what? The location where you were at. Now let's get this cleared out. We live in a 3D world, and we can't dissociate our past from location. That is the one thing I missed out whilst I embarked on this journey. But after months, it finally hit me like a light bulb. I realized that location is what keeps the order in flow and what allows us to time travel to the past. And it is what will allow you to keep order in your mind map as well. Location not only allows you to keep order, but as you advance through the course, you'll see that it's like a pillar that supports a building so it doesn't fall apart. Alright, in the next lesson, we'll go through imagination. Today we'll go in depth of imagination. It is the last and final step to developing the ultimate memory. These are key fundamental rules to memorization. Now imagination is something we all have, something all of us were born with. Some more than others, but we all possess this skill. But if you dare to disagree, then think back when you were just a kid, and you used to imagine playing with imaginary toys or imaginary games with your friends, such as tea party, shooting games, or any game that you played which required imagination. I'm sure you'll find those experiences within you if you look back. Back then, weren't you very creative? Remember, creating imagination is vital in this course and is a necessity for progress. But some people might say that they are not imaginative or can't come up with ideas. Well, let me tell you this. It's not about learning creativity, but rather it's more about bringing it back. So we'll try to ease its return. I mean, if you think about it, we're all told at a very young age to grow up, to be logical. Welcome to the harsh reality. Well, that contradicts our creativity. Now, as for me, I refuse to grow up if I have to give up my imagination and my creativity. And because of that mindset, I've always had a very colorful imagination. But who would have guessed that the refusal to give up my imagination would allow me to memorize and understand things more? Now, if no one ever told you this, I'll say it as it is. You already have an extraordinary memory. Think about the awesome dreams you have at night. So from this point on, I'll help ingrain in your head with imagination that, well, you never thought even possible. So as we progress through the course, I'll talk more about imagination. So remember, these are the 3 fundamental rules of acquiring an amazing memory: association, location, and imagination. Alright, just remember that, and I'll see you in the next video. Congratulations on getting this far into the course. We're finally going to get our feet wet with the first technique to memorization. The technique I will teach you is the link method, also known as the story method. This will allow you to memorize lists in order, like a shopping list, or a list of chores, or any list as a matter of fact. Remember the list I gave you to memorize last time? We're going to take a list like last time and connect them through a story. Now here's the list. Now in order to remember that, we need to make up a short story. So picture what I'm about to tell you in your head. Picture yourself there as well. Here's the list we'll memorize in order. Fish, money, banana, table, football, bathtub, card, door, lion, and finally, river. Now let's create a small story. Imagine waking up in your bed and what do you see? You see a giant fish right next to you. You lift the fish up to get it out of your way, and in the process, you get to touch its slimy body and smell the disgusting odor as the slime slips onto you. Then as you leave your home, you see a bundle of $100 bills lying on the road. You take the money and you start walking. Then as you keep walking, you slip onto a banana, and you get up and see a table in the distance. As you walk towards the table, you see a football on top of it. On the football, you see the number 5. So you know that this is the 5th item in the list. You lift the football and you kick it. Then as you keep on walking, you see a bathtub. You pick a huge card from the bathtub and you see a handle on the card. Then as you open the card handle, it opens like a door and you see a lion. Now because you came in, the lion gets startled and jumps onto a river. Now using that abundant supply of imagination, go through that story again and let's see if you can recall all the words in order. So let me ask you a question before we begin. What was the 6th item on the list? Should be a bathtub, shouldn't it? What was the 5th? You would know it's the football. Now let's begin. What was the 1st item? You're in your bed, something slimy and has a bad odor. It's gotta be fish. Then what do you pick up on the road? You see a lot of Benjamins. It must be money. You pick up the money and you slipped onto something. What was it? A banana. What did you see in the distance? A table. What was on top of the table? A football. You kicked the football, and what did you see as you kept walking? A bathtub. What did you see along with the bathtub? A card. What did you do with it? You opened it like a door. What happened when you opened the door? What did you see? A lion. When the lion was startled, what did it do? It jumped onto the river. So you see, all of a sudden everything has changed because of the use of imagination and association. Now you have linked those words in a story and you can go in order, forward or backwards. You just have to reverse the story. So what would it be? River, lion, door, card, bathtub, football, table, banana, money, and finally, fish. Now, if you never used a memory technique before, you might think, well, that's a pretty neat technique to memorize a list. But if you already read or taken a course in memory, you probably know this already. And you might be thinking, well, I already know this. I was looking for something better. I already know that technique. Well, this technique is used by trainers, presenters, magicians, and memory men and women alike. So why am I teaching you such a basic technique? Well, I'm trying to ease you into the most powerful memory technique, and I'll talk about that pretty soon. Sure, this technique works, and I too use it maybe once in a blue moon, but to be honest, do you really think I have the time to devise a story when I'm trying to memorize 52 playing cards within a minute? No way, that's not even possible. I just want to take a quick snap picture of each card as quickly as possible. I really don't have time to make connections like that. I only gave you that technique to warm you up for the next method, which is the journey method. But maybe you memorized all 10 items through the link method. It just goes to show you how powerful your memory can be just using your imagination and association. Now in the next lesson, I'll teach you about the journey method. So until then, I'll see you in the next video. In this lesson, I'll teach you a technique for memorizing lists of information. It could be anything from the presidents of the United States, or the periodic table of elements, or any list of information. This technique I will teach you is called the journey method. Okay, here's what I want you to do. I don't want you to memorize everything. All that is needed from you is to create a journey around your house. So starting from where you wake up in the morning, which could be your bedroom, that could be the first stage. Where's the next place you head to? Maybe that's the bathroom, so that could be the second stage. The spare room, the third stage, the kitchen, the fourth stage, and so on. Now that's how my house looks. I'm not sure about your house, so you have to create your own journey according to your own home. And I want you to create a journey around your house in 10 stages. Now close your eyes and imagine the journey that you created around your house. Now when I memorize a spoken digit number, I always memorize it with my eyes closed. I want you to do the same for this journey that you'll go through. It will help avoid distractions, and you'll be able to focus completely on the information that you're receiving. Now me personally, I would imagine myself floating in the house. So imagine yourself floating through your house as well. Get yourself familiar with your own home in your mind. Get accustomed to the journey in your home with the different furniture, tools, and so on. And gradually as you go through the journey around your home, count off 10 stages. If you run out of rooms, go to the backyard or go to the front gate, the street, or maybe your neighbor's house. Well, you get the point. But it is essential that you keep order in the journey. So like you wouldn't go from your bedroom to the backyard to the bathroom unless you had a hangover or something. So just think about the journey, and when you got all 10 stages, we're ready to apply our journey method. So prepare the journey, and when you have it ready, come back. Now pause the program and start creating your journey around your home. Okay, so you think you have your 10 stages ready? If you're ready, we can begin our journey and start memorizing the information I'm about to give you. Now I must tell you, before we get started, this is not a test. Rather, it is a demonstration of imagination. So don't try to memorize anything. Just use your colorful imagination and picture the images that come along the journey. Now, I don't want you to just put images throughout the journey. I want you to use all your 5 senses. Use all your senses: sight, smell, touch, taste, and sound. Try to use movement, use exaggeration, humor, or even sex. Well, you name it. Whatever it takes for your imagination to work. Now move slowly from stage to stage, and I'm going to feed you with objects. For each stage, use one object. Now since it's the first time, we're going to go through this together. Now imagine you are in your bedroom. Now the first item I give you is duck. Now use exaggeration, give it position, use humor. Where is it? What's it doing? Perhaps it's a huge duck sitting right on top of you, or maybe there's a lot of them in the room biting your legs to get you out of your bed. What color are the ducks? What kind of duck is it? Use your senses. Now leave the ducks alone and move on to the second stage, wherever it may be. Maybe it's the bathroom. Now the next object is a bear. Maybe you like bears, or maybe you hate them. Now wherever they may be, it's a bear. What kind of bear is it? Is it a teddy bear, a grizzly bear, polar bear, or maybe Winnie the Pooh? Now what was the bear doing? Is it chasing you? Or is it eating honey? Is it fighting other bears? Was Winnie the Pooh hugging you? Now move along to the third stage. It could be your spare room. Now the next object is screwdriver. Use exaggeration. Make it outsized. Use position. Use logic. Maybe you have to make some repairs in the room. What color is it? Maybe it's orange and black striped. Now let's move along to the fourth stage. Now the next object is mango. Now imagine a giant mango wherever you are in the house. How heavy is it? Imagine tasting it. What does it taste like? Maybe the mango is ripe red and really sweet. Or maybe it's green and tastes really sour. Now put the mango down and go to the fifth stage. Now I want you to make a mental note that this is the fifth stage. The next object is piano. This time, obviously you will use sound. Now imagine someone is playing a famous background piano theme from your favorite song like Shape of You, or TV show like Game of Thrones, or anime such as Naruto. How loud is the piano? Is the music sad or cheering? Where is the piano positioned in that room? Well, whatever works for you. Now remember to use your senses. Touch the piano. Listen to the music. And remember, it's the fifth stage. You are halfway done with the journey. Now the next object, I will leave that up to your imagination. It's a letter. Why would there be a letter in that room? Or maybe you're in the backyard. What's in the contents of the letter? Is it your bills? Is it from school? Did you win the lottery? What color is the letter? Now move along to the next stage. The next object is book. Why is the book there? What book is it? Maybe it's got a soft cover or hard cover. What's the title of the book? How big is the book? Now what's gone is gone. Let's move on to the next stage. We're almost done with the journey. Now the next object is cow. See it. Walk close to it. Touch it. Feel it. Is it aggressive or calm? Is it big or small? What color is it? Use logic. Why is it there? Is it for milking? We're close to the end of the journey. Move on to the next stage. Now the next object is car. What kind of car is it? Is it your car or is it your dream car? Maybe it's a Lamborghini or Rolls Royce or a Bugatti or a Ferrari. Is the car broken or brand new? What color is it? I leave that up to you. Now let's move on to the last stage. Now the object for this stage is mirror. What do you see in the mirror? Why is it there? Is it cracked? Did you make it cracked? Okay, now we're done with our journey. Remember, I said at the beginning of this video that this is not a test, rather a demonstration of imagination. But if you recall, I said that the three fundamental rules to memorization is association, location, and imagination. So I'm willing to bet that if you use all three of them in this exercise, you should be able to remember and recall all 10 of those objects I just mentioned. Don't worry if you can't, I'll make it easy for you. Now let's go back to the beginning of the journey. In your bedroom, something biting you, or something sitting on top of you. That's right, it's a duck. Then we move on to the next stage. Maybe it's the bathroom. Something hairy, something big maybe. Is it friendly or scary? Is it eating honey or is it chasing you? Is it hugging you? That's right, it's a bear. Next stage. What was it? Maybe some repairs you were doing in that room? Correct, screwdriver. Next stage. Something that you tasted. A mango. Move on to the next stage. Something to do with sound. Some sort of instrument or music playing. That's right, it's a piano. Remember, you made a note that it was halfway through the journey. It's the fifth stage. Move along to the next stage. Something to do with the lottery maybe your bills. Yep, it's the letter. Next stage. Something that you were reading or looking at. That's right, it's a book. Next stage. What can you see? It's some kind of animal. Maybe for milking? Yes, it's a cow. We're almost there. Next stage. What do you see? Maybe it's something broken or brand new. Maybe it's something you always wanted. That's right, a car. Now for the last part is something related to you. Maybe cracked. Yes, it's a mirror. That concludes the journey. So how did you do? Maybe you didn't get all of them right. Maybe you missed out on some of them. But don't worry if you did. All it means is that you didn't make the images stimulating enough or use much imagination. So the solution is to go back to the journey and review it once more and make it more stimulating. So don't blame the cameraman because the audio is faulty. Now have you noticed that the journey method preserved the order of the objects? So if I tell you what's the 6th item, all you have to do is go back to the journey to the 5th stage and you would go 1 forward from piano and you would know it's a letter. If I told you where is bear, you would go from duck and then you would go to the bathroom and see a bear. So it's the 2nd item in the list. By using the journey method, you can easily go reverse the order of the items. Just reverse the journey. Go from the last stage. Mirror, car, cow, book, and so on. So all 3 are working beautifully together, and that's what allows you to recall the information I gave you. You used association with exaggeration and used plenty of imagination, and certainly used location. And you can use these techniques to great effect. There are many benefits to this. It is an awesome exercise for the whole of your brain. And we will be looking at brain functions later on in the course. Now practice this with your family and friends. Write 10 random objects and let them say them out loud slowly and try using those 3 keys to memorizing them. Now speed comes with practice, so the more you practice, the faster you'll get. And soon you'll be amazed at how easy it is to do. You won't only be doing 10 objects, but rather 20, 30, or even 100 objects. All of these are perks from the journey method. Now we'll go through more memory techniques and more methods in the upcoming lessons. I'll see you in the next video. Now today we'll be talking about revision. You see, now that you're getting the hang of these methods and storing information in your head, making dull and gray information into exciting, colorful, and meaningful information, you might be thinking to yourself, how long will this information stay in my head? While using imagery is very powerful, but to make the information stay in your head and make it firm and unforgettable for the long term, you have to review those images. But how many times should you review? Well, back in the 1800s, a guy called Ebbinghaus formulated that the best way to review was to return to that information 5 times. At least 5 times. Depending on the type of information, this is how it should be reviewed. Whatever you learn, whether it's a lecture, class, seminar, book, or whatever the information may be, review it immediately. That's the first time you review. Then the second time you review is 24 hours later. The third time you review is 1 week later. The fourth time, 1 month later. And finally, the fifth time you review is 3 to 6 months later. If you could review information in that type of spread out time intervals, then you pretty much got the information in your head for life. Now don't take my word for it. This has been proven time and time again by scientists, researchers, and people all over the world. Now remember, this is the bare minimum amount of times you must review. Obviously, the more you review, the better. Now also remember to take breaks. If the information given to you is intense, take short breaks every 20 minutes. But not more than 5 minutes though. And in that break, do something completely different. Your brain processes the information that you took in even though you're doing something completely different. Now this process of the brain is called reminiscence. Now let me go a little deeper. Our memory improves slowly but surely within a few minutes after we've learned something. Now obviously this is not the case for all types of information. It varies from the types of information. For example, your memory of an image is strongest 1.5 minutes after you've studied the image. Now the memory of a manual skill like soccer, basketball, cricket, and so on is best 10 minutes after practicing it. Now you might be asking yourself, what is the point of all this? Well, here's the point. If you distribute the learning periods into time intervals of 20 to 45 minutes, you will increase the number of reminiscence periods, meaning you will learn more. Now isn't that interesting? If you keep taking breaks, you'll learn even more. Even when you're playing a game, you'll still learn more. I bet no one ever told you that. Now experiment this and try it out with your children, family, and friends. Now you don't have to be a genius to know that if you double the rate in which you absorb information, you can cut off your study time in half. Now we'll go through more memory techniques and methods in the upcoming lessons, and I'll see you in the next video. Today we'll take a different approach and talk a little about history. Now if you recall, I mentioned earlier that these methods were used by the ancient Greeks and then used by the Romans as well. Now I'm going to read an extract from the Adhorinium. It goes as follows. If we wish to remember much material, we must equip ourselves with a large number of places. It is essential that the places should form a series and must be remembered in their order, so that we can start any loci on the series and move forward or backwards. Now, if you didn't know, that was written over 2,000 years ago, and it goes on to say, a loci is a place easily grasped by the memory, such as a house, a corner, an arch, a church, and the like. If we wish to remember the genes of a horse, a lion, or an eagle, we must put the images on definite loci. To be honest, I thought that these memory techniques were first created in the 21st century, but I guess it is safe to say that these techniques have been revived at least in the 21st century. Now let's look a little deeper and ask ourselves, how can we use the journey method to gain knowledge fast? Let's put it to the test. We're going to memorize the 10 largest oceans and seas. If read normally, it looks impossible to memorize. Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Arctic, Arabian Sea, South China Sea, Caribbean Sea, Mediterranean Sea, Bering Sea, and finally, Bay of Bengal. You most likely forgot most of them. Maybe you remember the first few, but the others, you're not so sure. But to get them all in order is pretty difficult. Remember, I told you about finding an association between two words. Just think of an immediate association. That is the point I'm trying to get to you. I want you to combine linking with the journey method. So when I say Pacific, what do you think of? Well, I think of the monster from the movie called Pacific Rim. Atlantic makes me think of Poseidon from Atlanta. Maybe you think of Aquaman. Well, whatever comes to your head. Indian makes you think of Indian food. Arctic? An ark. Maybe Noah's Ark. Okay, now this time I want you to create another journey. It could be a journey from your home to work, or maybe an old school trip you used to take, or maybe a friend's house. What I want you to do is create another journey of 10 stages, and with those 10 stages, we're going to memorize that list of oceans and seas. Now, I don't want you to use the journey around your house, because this technique is so powerful that you still probably have the images of the banana, table, and football in your head. So we need a fresh journey. Now I want you to pause the video and create a journey of 10 stages. It could be the mall, your school, your university, your gym, wherever you want. Now pause the program and create the journey of 10 stages and then come back. I hope you now have a familiar journey of 10 stages. So what I will do now is slowly and steadily ease those images into the background of your journey as we go from stage to stage. Go to the first stage of your journey. Now listen to the first description. Pacific Ocean. Now the idea here is to associate Pacific Ocean with something. I suggested earlier the monster from the movie Pacific Rim. Now we'll do this together. Now imagine the monster which looks a lot like Godzilla there at that location. Maybe you are at a beach or your place of work, or maybe at school. Picture a huge monster like Godzilla looking right at you. Use exaggeration. Add humor. Maybe it's chasing you, or maybe it fears you. Now leave the monster alone. This time it is Atlantic Ocean. What do you associate with the Atlantic? Maybe it's Poseidon. Imagine Poseidon with a spear at the second stage of your journey. Use logic. Why is he there? Maybe because you ate one of his sea friends and he wants revenge. Or maybe he just came to trade some fish. Now leave Poseidon alone. Go to the next stage. Indian Ocean. Imagine bumping into an Indian. Use some interaction here. What's the Indian doing there? Is he a tourist? An Indian chef? Or is he your Indian friend? Move along now. Next stage. Arctic Ocean. I would use Noah's Ark. Imagine walking through Noah's Ark. Is it broken? Is it weak? Is it big? Use taste, smell, sight, feel, and sound. Use logic. How did it get there? Maybe a flood? Now imagine walking through Noah's Ark as you move on to the next stage. This time, Arabian Sea. Maybe you think of an Arabian Night. That's very vibrant and colorful. Imagine that and move on to the next stage. South China Sea. sounds a lot like South China tea. So I imagine a Chinese woman serving me tea with an S on the tea. Now use taste this time. Was it good or bad? Was it sweet? Be sure to use emotion and touch as well. Is the cup warm? Did the tea relax you? Is the tea soothing? Next stage, Caribbean Sea. Well, I think of the Pirates of the Caribbean. Imagine Jack Sparrow with a ship. What's he doing there? Is he looking for treasure? Is he fighting with other pirates? Now move on to the next stage, Mediterranean Sea. Okay, med. All you need is a little trigger. I think of a medic. That'll help me remember Mediterranean. What kind of medic is it? A war medic? A medic from Call of Duty or Battlefield? Or is it a medic as in the ambulance medic? Put them in a position in the stage. Next stage, Bering Sea. What do you associate the word bearing with? How about bearings? Ball bearings. Maybe you walked and slipped onto some ball bearings. Now on to the final stage, Bay of Bengal. Thinking of a Bengal tiger? That's pretty colorful. Now finally, we're done. Now all the work is done by your imagination. You've used association, and thankfully the journey has preserved the order. If you use those three key factors, there is a good chance that you can repeat the order of those oceans and seas. Let's see, no rush here. Go back to the first stage. Remember, I suggested the monster from Pacific Rim. What does that trigger? Pacific Ocean. Go to the next stage. What do you see now? Poseidon? Poseidon represents Atlanta, and Atlanta represents Atlantic Ocean. Go to the third stage. You bumped into an Indian, so it's Indian Ocean. Are you walking through something? Noah's Ark. So it's Arctic Ocean. Go to the next stage. This time you meet an Arabian Night. Now this time, imagine the number 5 attached to it. So you remember that this is the 5th stage of the journey. Okay, next stage. Here's a hint. Something you're tasting. Yes, South China tea. South China Sea. Sorry, got lost in the tea back there. Next stage. You see pirates? More specifically, Jack Sparrow. Yes, it's Caribbean Sea. Go to the next stage. You see someone who's a medic? Mediterranean Sea. Go to the next stage. Something you tripped on. Ball bearings? So it's Bering Sea. And finally, the last stage. You see a big, colorful Bengal tiger. Bay of Bengal. So now, if you go back again, you should be able to breeze through the journey of those oceans and seas. And the more you do this, well, it's like a narrow road getting wider and wider. So soon, you'll be able to walk through this easily, and it'll come off at the top of your head like Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean, Indian Ocean, Arctic Ocean, Arabian Sea, and so on and so forth. So now, you can pinpoint any of those objects. So if I ask you, what is the 5th item in the list? If you think back, you'll realize we attached the number 5 to the Arabian Night, which means it's Arabian Sea. So what's the 4th item on the list? Just go back one stage and you'll see that it's Noah's Ark, which means it is Arctic Ocean. Now remember, the more you practice this, the faster you'll get at it. And you're probably already noticing that you're getting more creative with this. Maybe it's a little strained for your brain, but that's a good thing. Well, you know what they say, no pain, no gain. Now on the practical side, you can literally use this for memorizing anything, such as a shopping list, or a list of chores you have to do today, or a list of goals for the month, and so on. And obviously the more you practice, the better you'll get at this. Have your family and friends challenge you with lists and see how far you can go. And in the next lesson, I'll give you the solution to the biggest memory complaint, how to remember names and faces. I'll show you a technique which will allow you to memorize the names and faces, which is so powerful that you'll never forget a name again. And I'll see you in the next video. Today I'll be showing you the technique which will allow you to remember names and faces. Now before I begin, I want to tell you the story of how I first came across this technique. I was at a dinner party and a man came up to me and asked me my name as well as my family. He wanted both our first names and last names. After 30 minutes or so, that man recalled the names of all the people at the dinner party. That day, there were about 100 people at the dinner party. I was surely amazed as to how that man was able to do so at the time. Only after years later, after I learned the technique, that I finally discovered how the man was able to do so. It was that event that triggered me into learning more and studying more about memory techniques. I never saw that man again, but after years later, I saw him in the World Memory Championship, and he was the person who had become my rival, and even now, I strive to beat his record. Now let me tell you, at the time, it seemed impossible to me to memorize the names and faces of 100 people. Like many others, I had difficulty remembering the names of different people. Like anyone, I was able to remember the faces, but just not the names. So why is it so difficult to remember names? Well, I think the problem is that the world has turned into a globalized community with people from all over the world with different ethnicities and different cultures. Due to such circumstances, we have come across people whose names we have never heard of and not familiar with, therefore creating the difficulty in remembering their names. Now back in the old days, when there weren't so many people, it was much easier. The names were like Smith, William, Robert, Jonathan, Lucy, Jennifer, and so on. So we would identify them with their trade, like Lucy the babysitter, Robert the writer, Harry the baker. We knew there was a direct association between the name and the profession. Now when we meet someone, there is no direct association to lean upon. And what is a Bob, John, Will, Julia, Carol, Ted even supposed to look like? Well, I suppose I don't look like a Nasif as much as you don't look like your name. So don't feel guilty that you can't remember names easily. There's no function in the brain that has a name-face recollection system. So if the problem is that there is no obvious link, then we just have to create one. A guy called Thomas Brown said, "It is a common wonder of all men how amongst so many millions of names and faces, none are alike." What he's saying is that we are all unique, and that's something we could use. Just to recap, remember, we used a journey to memorize a shopping list of 10 items, using these 3 factors: association, location, and imagination. These are the 3 main things we'll use throughout the course. So to remember a face, always give a face a place. Now I won't give you techniques to memorize a face. We're naturally good at that. Even when the face changes after years, we can still remember faces. So we can remember faces. It's just the name which stands as a problem. Now let me ask you a question. What happens when somebody comes up to you in the street and says, "Oh hey John, how are you doing?" And you remember the person's face so well, but just can't recall who that person is. What are you trying to do? You're trying to place that person. Once you got the place, all the information about that person comes flooding back. "Hey, don't you remember me? It's Josh. We met at the convention in Florida." "Ah, now you got the place. So you're the guy who works at Intel. Oh yeah, how's your restaurant coming along?" So once you know the label of the file, you know where to go and look it up. So now I'll give you 4 techniques to remember names, so you can give a face a place. Here's technique number 1. It's called, "Hey, you look like someone I know." Now look at the face and see if they remind you of someone. Even if they vaguely look like a friend, musician, actor, actress, athlete, or politician. Try to make it fairly immediate. So say you meet someone, and because of her manners or posture, she reminds you of your aunt. So now you have the first vital link. Now your aunt gives you a location, your aunt's place. This is the chain of association. This is exactly how the memory works. We're looking for something to lean upon. So that person reminds you of your aunt. So now you think of your aunt's house. Actually, do it yourself right now. Think of your aunt or someone close to her, and think of their house. Now you need the name. She says it's Mrs. Gold. So simple. Now imagine a huge gold bar sitting on top of your aunt's house. So here's the complete chain. You have the lookalike stage. She looks like your aunt. That gives you a place. That's the location. Your aunt's house. Now you put in the key image, Mrs. Gold. So you got face, location, key image. Now it's taken a while to explain the concept. It could have even taken me an hour. But what takes an hour for me to explain can be worked up in your brain in seconds. Now let's take another case. So say someone reminds you of Wolverine from X-Men. You can use the Professor Xavier's school as the location. And you find out his name is Mr. Wellington. So you imagine this person in front of you at Professor Xavier's school pulling a ton of water from a well. That's a pretty bizarre image, but memorable. Again, this is the link. You got face, location, and key image where the scene was created. Now in the next video, we'll go over the second technique. Today we'll go over the second technique, which will allow you to memorize names and faces. This is technique number 2. It's called What's My Profession? Now this time, if the person doesn't look like someone you know or someone famous, then think as to what type of job this person might have. What type of profession does he or she have? Now we have all been told when we were very young, don't judge a book by its cover. But as humans, we can't help it. So if you look at someone for the first time, you might think, maybe this person looks a bit like a banker, or lawyer, or a journalist, or a musician. Or maybe they remind you of your doctor or lawyer. It really doesn't matter what it is. What we're looking for is a place. So for whatever reason you meet someone, and they look like a doctor, doctor makes you think of a hospital. So think of a hospital you once went to. Now just wait for the name. This time we'll do both first and last name. His first name is Steven. Now the trick here is to use someone you already know as Steven. It could be a friend, family, or even someone famous. How about Stephen Colbert from The Late Show with Stephen Colbert? So what you imagine is Stephen Colbert at the hospital's front desk, rushing a patient onto the ICU. Now you wait for the surname. The surname is Smith. So again, we make an associated image. Imagine Stephen Colbert rushing Will Smith onto the ICU. This is the chain: profession, place, and key image. Now the beauty of it is that it works both ways. So if you're at a party and you meet a crowd of people and you use these techniques, when you hear the name Smith, you'll think, wait a minute, do I know someone by the name of Smith? Oh yeah, it was Stephen Colbert rushing Will Smith onto the ICU. So it must be that guy over there who looks like a doctor. And again, it's the use of those 3 factors: association, location, and imagination. Let's take another case. Say you meet someone and they look like a typical chef. In this case, you would use the location of a restaurant kitchen. So think about the kitchen and where it is situated right now. Now use that as a mental background. Now you wait for the name. His name is Mr. Crockton. So what's the first thing that comes to your head? Maybe you think of putting a 1-ton crocodile over his head. And the tip, never tell someone how you remember their name. It can lead to arguments, insults, or just broken hearts. So the image you have there is putting a 1-ton crocodile over his head at the kitchen. Now in the next video, we'll go through the third technique, and I'll see you in the next video. So what if a face has no lookalike and a place doesn't come to mind, like a job or surroundings? So the idea here is to then create an artificial link. If the face doesn't take you to a place, then we go to technique number 3. This is called the feature link. So maybe someone has interesting features, maybe a pointy nose, elf ears, distinguishing tattoos, piercings, or an interesting trait. All you're looking for is something to hold on to. So say you're introduced to a woman called Pat Whitehead. You seem to notice that she has streaks of white hair. Now I know the link is a bit too obvious. In fact, someone gave me this example long ago, and I'll give the same example too. So just imagine patting her on the head. Maybe she had paint poured over her, and your hands are covered with white paint. It doesn't matter how you get there, but what matters is that you make the connection. So the next time you see her, you think, streaks of white hair, paint, patted her head, oh yeah, Pat Whitehead. In this case, the person's actual physique has become the location in itself. So this is the link. It goes from person, feature, and scene. And one last warning, don't tell anyone how you got to remember their name. Just say you got an awesome memory. I once made a mistake back when I was in high school, when a girl came up to me and said, how did you remember my name? And I said, you wore a red nanny dress when we first met, so I thought of Big Mama, and used that house as the location. Well, she got pissed off, and after she cursed at me, she left off in disgust. So then on, I learned never to impress a girl with my imagination, and keep my thoughts to myself. Now you don't want to go through that, so don't make the same mistake as me, and I'll see you in the next video. Today we'll go through the last and final technique to memorize names and faces. Now this technique is a favorite among stage performers and magicians, and they probably won't be pleased to know that I'm going to reveal it right now. What they tend to do is look out for particular types of clothing, so that they can attach or link this name in some crazy image to their particular type of clothing. The only problem with this technique is that clothes change, but faces don't. But now I'm going to tell you the most powerful method that will allow you to memorize names and faces. of up to 300 people in one go. It's technique number 4. First name gives me a place. That name which they will give will transport that person to some part of the world. Say the name is Steven. I'll take that person to the Late Show studio. If the person's name was Trevor, I would go to the Daily Show. If it's Gene, I'd go to Professor Xavier's school. Now, it doesn't matter if the person doesn't look like Jean Grey. It's just the name that I'm trying to use to transport that face to that location. Now I ask for the surname. It's Taylor. I imagine her on the academy with a tape measure over her neck. It's a highly unlikely bizarre image, but if I just do that with each person, I've got a solid chain of links. Now how's that possible for 100 people? Well, I use more locations. If I meet Khan, I go to Shah Rukh Khan's house. If I hear Ashley, I can't help but think of the Tipton Hotel from Disney's The Sweet Life of Zack and Cody. What if it's a more challenging name with 2 or more syllables? All you have to do is break it down into syllables and make more scenes. Like say it's Ramanathan. I break it down to Rama and Nathan. Rama makes me think of some Indian goddess. Nathan makes me think of my friend. So I imagine some goddess statue whom my friend Nathan is praying to. So where there's a will, there's a way. You can break down any name into syllables or pictures. Take the name Huffington. I think of huffing a ton. Cameron makes me think of camera on. Cathaway makes me think of cats away. Ackerman, a caring man. Or Lamperouge, you could have lamp and Porsche. It doesn't have to be an exact match. You're only looking for a trigger. How about Kolinsky? Well, I think of cola and ski. Well, we'll do more on the next video. That's it for now, and I'll see you in the next video. So you might have this question lingering in your head. What if 2 people double up, as in you meet someone else, and both of them have the same name? Suppose you meet someone else you met called Steven. Not a problem. All I do is transport that person into a different part of the Late Show studio. Now what if there's 3 or 4? Not a big problem. They'd be mixed around the desk, band team, stairs, gallery, or somewhere else. In fact, it even helps me, as it allows me to group them all together. So what about 100, 200, or 300 people? Well, it doesn't happen instantly. I don't just absorb it like a sponge. I have to work with one at a time. It just takes a bit longer, but I can guarantee you that I have all of them in my head. What I do is transport 100, 200, or 300 people to different parts of the world. Now you should try it as well. It really works. So for recap, remember, give a face a place. Study a face and see if they remind you or look like someone you know. Take the nearest lookalike. They might look like me, or an actor, or maybe an arch-villain, hero, relative, or maybe a friend. Just allow the resemblance to take them to a place. So if someone looks like Leonardo DiCaprio, then base the scene around the Titanic ship. Use vivid and colorful imaginative scenes to remember the name. So what if they don't have a lookalike? Use what's my profession. Look at the person. Where would they work? See as to what kind of job he or she is likely to have. Like maybe a lawyer, or a police officer, or a Marine soldier, or maybe a teacher or barber. Use their place of work to provide a mental background. Now what if that person is so bland to you that he or she doesn't resemble anyone you know, and you can't think of what type of job that person might have? In that case, you would use the feature link. Say their name is Pearson, so they have piercing eyes. Now me personally, I think the strongest and most powerful technique is the first name places. Let the first name transport that person to a place. So if it's Bruce, they'd go to Batman's cave. If it's Harry, they'd go to Hogwarts school, and so on. Okay, here's an exercise for you. I'm going to call out some first names, and I want you to immediately associate that person with a certain location. It doesn't matter how and why you came at that location. Your brain is so used to making connections that it's sometimes hard to keep track of your own chain of thoughts. So if I say Lisa, you might think of an art museum. Now why, you ask? Well, maybe without your realization, Lisa makes you think of Mona Lisa, thus the art museum. So if I say Oprah, you might think of the location of the Oprah Winfrey Show. So if I say Leo, you might think of a location in one of Leonardo DiCaprio's films. Maybe Inception or The Revenant, and so on. Me personally, I think of the Titanic ship. Now what if the surname is Taylor? That's simple. I just imagine Leo in the Titanic ship with cut-up clothes strapping his body. Pretty interesting? Time to start some of your own. Now I'm going to give you a series of names, nice and slowly, and let that particular name suggest a place. So this is more of a personal thing. I'm going to feed you the names slowly and try to give an associated place immediately when you hear the name. Okay, here it goes. John, Candace, Lee, Martin, Cassie, Jim, Carrie, Zoe, Nancy, and finally, Elizabeth. Now, did you notice something that as soon as you heard the names, you were able to, maybe not in all cases, but you were able to think of a place and associate a place. Now, that's a really useful mechanism as it allows you to store massive amounts of information about each person. That's the mechanism of association. That's how it can work for you. So this time, I'm going to call out the same names again, but this time I'll feed you with a surname. So what you should do now is when you hear the name John, wherever you were thinking of, the surname I'm going to give you, I want you to create a little image and fix it to that mental background. Okay, here we go. John Weaver, Candace Fox, Lee Cooper, Martin Ford, Cassie Nightingale, Jim Wiener, Carrie Wielder, Zoe Kolinsky, Nancy Grace, Elizabeth Banks. Okay, keep thinking all the time. Now that was pretty fast, even for me. But we're looking for immediate associations here. So let me just randomly pick one of the surnames and see if you can remember the first names. So if I say Nightingale, what are you thinking of? Who are you connecting that to? It should be Cassie. So just to make it easier, I'll do the first name and you tell me the surname. So if I say Candace, you should be at a location now and you should have fixed an image of Fox. Let me give you another first name. How about Jim? What are you thinking of now? Can you see a hot dog there? Or maybe a dog? Jim Wiener. Okay, I'll give another surname. Banks. Okay, where are the Banks? Because wherever the location is, that should trigger the first name, which is Elizabeth. And what about Zoe? And she had a pretty difficult name. Kolinsky. And what about Nancy? It should be Grace. Okay, now here are all the other names. John Weaver, Candace Fox, Lee Cooper, Martin Ford, Cassie Nightingale, Jim Wiener, Carrie Wielder, Zoe Kolinsky, Nancy Grace, and finally, Elizabeth Banks. So how many of those did you get? Now if you didn't get all of them right, it's fine. This is your first try, so even if you got 6 or 7 right, you're on the right track. But here's what I want you to do, and it's quite difficult in the beginning, because you're using your brain in a different way. Now just to practice, I suggest you flick through a magazine, newspaper or articles, and when you see an unfamiliar face, they usually have the names in the bottom, try applying the technique and see how many of them you can remember. You could maybe have a competition with your family and friends. By the way, the next time you're at a party, try out this technique. It isn't only a great party trick, but a great exercise for your brain as well. And if you are really confident, use it in the work environment, conferences, universities, schools, and meet new people and create new memories. In essence, It's a bit like carrying an NSA database computer with you wherever you go. So you have a database on everybody. And once you have a location for each person, all you have to do is add more images. If you remember, in the example I gave you Leo Taylor, and he was on board the Titanic ship. Now if you want to add more information on him, just keep adding more images. Maybe you could store his interests, his hobbies, like the fact he likes soccer, maybe his job, his spouse, or that he drives a Ford. Just take the Ford on top of the ship. Now you start doing this with people, I guarantee you that people will come up to you and ask you, how do you remember all this stuff? Where the heck is he getting all this information from? Well, you're using an internal mental filing cabinet for names. And remember, if anyone asks you how you remember their names, don't tell them how. Just tell them you got an amazing memory. It really is embarrassing when you forget other people's names. But it's also one of the greatest compliments you can give someone, especially if you haven't seen them for a while. But a really big insult to forget somebody's name after a short while, like a minute after you met them. If you want to make friends and influence people, start by remembering their names. Okay, soon we'll work more on names and faces, and I'm going to give you more exercises. So until then, keep practicing the techniques I've taught you, and I'll see you in the next video. Today I'm going to start off by asking you a question. What is a mnemonic? In simple layman terms, a mnemonic is simply a device that aids memory. So an acronym would be a mnemonic. And one of the most popular acronyms in math would be PEMDAS. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally, which is used for order of operations. Here's another one that's very popular. Richard of York goes battling in vain. Roy G. Biv. And that gives you the color of the rainbow. Now why am I telling you about mnemonics? Because it is with mnemonics that we will enter into the language of numbers. And it is with mnemonics that we will now learn how to translate numbers into colorful, meaningful, and obviously memorable images. Now this system that we will learn is by far the most important and the most powerful technique that you will learn in this course. And it could be used in many aspects of your life, whether at work, reading, history, memorizing cards, chess moves, coding, school, and so many places that you'll be surprised at how powerful and how useful it is. It is practical in many aspects of life. This technique is used by trained memory specialists in the International Memory Championships. But before we begin, to ease you into the language of numbers, we will first translate single-digit numbers into mnemonic symbols. Now they are very easy to learn, and they can be so useful for a whole host of numerical data, like your bank PIN number, your social security number, or any short sequence of numbers. Now you may ask, what's a number shape? Well, the clue is in the title itself, number shape. The idea is to associate a single-digit number with its everyday look-alike shape. So for example, number 1 has the shape of a pencil. Number 7, if you think about it, looks like a boomerang. What about the number 2? Doesn't it kinda look like a swan? So in this case, the swan becomes what is known as the key image for the number 2. To give you a heads up, we'll be using a lot of key images in this course. What about the number 6? Kinda looks like an elephant trunk. What about the number 5? Well, it kinda looks like a curtain hook or a snake slithering. By the way, you can use your own images for the numbers. If the number 5 makes you think of a hand, use that if you like. You don't have to take my images. You can make your own if you want. Now I'm going to give you a number and its associated shape. See if you can think of one before I give the answer. Okay, off we go. 1. Pencil. 2. Swan. 3. Handcuffs. 4. Sailboat. 5. Snake. 6. Elephant's trunk. 7. Boomerang. 8. Snowman. 9. Balloon and string. And 10. Stick and hoop. Now of course you could choose your own number shapes. Say for number 8 for instance, why don't you have Marilyn Monroe or anyone who has that kind of figure? Use whatever that comes to your mind. You can even have a number for the number 0. I think it looks kinda like a soccer ball. So how can we put these number shapes into practical use? So for instance, the planet Mars has 2 moons. So to remember that, you can visualize a swan gracefully flapping its wings as it orbits around Mars. And remember, the number shape for 2 is swan. Now I'm going to give you a few questions, and I want you to associate the numbers with some information. Now the best thing would be for you to pause the program, learn the number shapes, and then we continue with the exercises. Okay, so you think you have all the number shapes in your head? Let's have a quick test. What's the association for the number 8? Snowman. Number 7? Boomerang. Number 9? Balloon and string. How about the number 1? Pencil. Okay, if you think you are ready to go, we'll start the questions. Now I'm going to give you a question, and I'm also going to give an answer. And you have to somehow connect the two together by using the 3 ingredients: association, location, and imagination. So for example, to remember that Adam and Eve had 3 children, imagine them being handcuffed. Remember, handcuff is the number shape for 3. Okay, get ready, because we're now going to start. First question. How many presidents were assassinated in office? And the answer is 4. Remember, the number shape for 4 is sailboat. So how are you going to connect the assassinated presidents with a sailboat? Okay, next question. How many rooms are in Buckingham Palace? And the answer is 600 rooms. You got that? Okay, next one. How many horses are in a polo team? And the answer is 4. On to the next question. Okay, how many reindeer pull Santa's sleigh? That should be really easy, as the number shape for 8, which is the answer, is snowman. Okay, next question. How many eyes does a bee have? And the answer is 5. Okay, next question. How many teeth does a female goat have? And the answer is 2. Okay, next question. How many bones are in the ankle? And the answer is 3. And the Titanic went down with how many funnels? And the answer is 4. How many children did Adam and Eve have? Well, you know the answer. Handcuffs, which give you 3. How many petals does a daffodil have? And the answer is 6. Okay, good. Assuming that you use a combination of association, location, and imagination, you should be able to answer these questions right. Adam and Eve had how many children? Think of the handcuffs. 3. Buckingham Palace has how many hundred rooms? What was the association here? Elephant's trunk. So it's gotta be 600 rooms. Okay, how many US presidents were assassinated in office? What was the association? Sailboat. So it's gotta be 4. How many eyes does a bee have? What was your number shape? Snake. So the answer's gotta be 5. The Titanic went down with how many funnels? Well, the number shape for 4 is sailboat, so you already have a ready-made association there. Okay, how many petals does a daffodil have? Answer is 6. How many teeth does a female goat have? What was your number shape? A swan. So the answer is 2. How many bones are in the ankle? Clue? Handcuffs. So the answer is 3. And finally, how many reindeer pull Santa's sleigh? That's really easy since it's the number shape for snowman. Answer is 8. Okay, we'll do more number shapes in the upcoming videos. So keep practicing the techniques I've taught you, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, today we'll do the second system, which is called the number rhyme system. And by the name, you should have a grasp of how the system works. The idea is to associate the number with the nearest rhyming word. So let's give you some examples. Like you would associate 6 with sticks or bricks. You would associate 4 with door or saw. 7 you would associate with heaven or Kevin. Okay, I'm going to go through the list from 1 through 10. And I'm going to give you a suggestion for the number rhyme. Here we go. 1. Gun. 2. Shoe. 3. Tree. 4. Door. 5. Hive. 6. Sticks. 7. Heaven. 8. Gate. 9. Wine. And finally, 10, pen. Did you get all of those? Go over this section again, because we're going to play a little game in which you will memorize the last 10 presidents of the 20th century. So make sure you got the number rhyme system rooted firmly in your head. Okay, did you get that? Quick test. What's the number rhyme for 7? Heaven. What's the key image for 9? Wine. What about 2? Shoe. 8 is gate. 1, gun. 5, hive. 4, door. Now if you got all of those right, let's do the next exercise. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to call out the 10 presidents in order, starting with Truman. So he's number 1, and somehow you have to connect its key image. In this case, gun, which is 1, with Truman. So for example, when I say number 7 and that number rhymes with heaven, I'm going to say Carter. So you connect Carter with heaven. So you know he's the 7th president. Okay, so let's begin. 1, gun, Truman. 2, shoe, Eisenhower. 3, tree, Kennedy. 4, door, Johnson. 5, hive, Nixon. 6, sticks, Ford. 7, heaven, Carter. 8, gate, Reagan. 9, wine, Bush. And finally, 10, pen, Clinton. Keep thinking all the time. Okay, this time I'm going to call out the number, and I want you to name the president before I do. 1, Truman. 2, Eisenhower. 3, Kennedy. 4, Johnson. 5, Nixon. 6, Ford. 7, straight to heaven, Carter. 8, Reagan. 9, Bush. 10, Clinton. Great. Okay, so how many of those did you get right? Did you get all 10? Now, I wonder what you were thinking for some of these. Like, how would you connect Ford with sticks? Or Kennedy with tree? What would Kennedy do with a tree? Maybe hugging it or kissing it? Okay, so there's lots of things you could do with this. For example, you can pinpoint any of those presidents I mentioned. So if I say 4, that makes you think of door, from which you connect with Johnson. You can go forward from Truman to Clinton or backwards. So if I say Bush, you can tell me what number he is. Makes you think of what? Wine, which gives you 9. If you want to practice, use the number shape or number rhyme, whatever you prefer, but it's very useful for memorizing all sorts of information. So how can it be utilized on a more practical level? Well, you could use it to memorize the 10 Bill of Rights or your bank PIN number. For example, let's say your number is 4582. What you do is translate those into key images using the number rhyme system. 4, door. 5, hive. 8, gate. 2, shoe. Now, what do you think is the right location to store your bank PIN number? Well, use your bank. Think of it now, and how would you fit a mini epic using door, hive, gate, and shoe?
Well, how about this? You burst the door open, and then you find a hive. So you run to the gate, and you slip on your shoes, and then you start running for your life.
Okay, so now all you gotta do is think of that, and you got your bank PIN number for a long, long time. As long as you want. Door, 4, hive, 5, gate, 8,
shoe, two. Of course, after a while, you'll be able to verbally recall, but isn't it nice to know you always have a backup, just in case your verbal recall isn't there for you? Now soon, in the later chapters, if you really want to get into numbers, we'll get serious. I'm talking telephone numbers, big numbers, like thousands. So until then, use the techniques I've taught you here. Use number rhymes, number shapes to help you remember numbers, any sort of numbers. And soon, you'll realize the infinite possibilities and capabilities of your mind. And I'll see you in the next video. Have you ever seen a memory performer on TV reciting a long number? Or maybe you've read about these guys who can remember telephone directories and phone books. How about Tom Cruise memorizing all the bank accounts in his head in Mission Impossible: Rogue Nation? Or maybe if you're a Tom Cruise fan and you remember the guy from Rain Man that can remember the order of sticks on the floor. He did a telephone directory and also cards and numbers. Now you probably were wondering, how's that all possible? How is it possible, you ask? Well, the system I'm going to teach you is used by memory champions worldwide to memorize gigantic numbers. And I'm talking about big numbers, as in thousands of digits, and in a very short time as well. And this technique is used by memory professionals who break records and win world memory championships. And somewhere along the lines, while I was practicing this technique, I realized I could use this for a whole range of things. Things like telephone numbers, appointments, statistics, birthdays, license plates, credit card numbers, and anything related. Wait, don't memorize other people's credit card numbers. And if you are a student, maybe atomic weights, atomic numbers, equations, history dates, well, anything related to a number. So you may ask, why is it so easy to remember faces, maybe not the names, but the faces and pictures, but when it comes to numbers, we're stuck? You know, our brain has 300 billion neurons. We're very smart people. Yet our memory span for numbers is 6 to 7 digits. So why is that the case? It's a bit unfair since we live in a world of numbers. And without them, life would be unimaginable to think of. Think about it. Everything has numbers. Starting from the calculator, to the program that runs your computer, to our smartphones, to our ATM machines, to our games, to animations. Everything has numbers. Even physically, numbers are all around us, such as our telephone numbers, gas bills, appointments, exam results, bus or train timetables, weight measures, bank statistics, account numbers, and we can go on and on. We live in a world full of numbers. Everything has to be recorded, monitored, calculated, and taxed, and so on. So numbers count. So if you give a number like 483962628, it doesn't register in your head, does it? You probably forgot about it. But if I give you a number with some sort of meaning, for example, I say to you, sit down, relax. I have really good news for you. You've won the lottery. You've won a record of $56,346,782. Now, doesn't that number already have some sort of resonance or some meaning behind it? So the only way we can remember numbers is if it has some sort of meaning. Otherwise, numbers are unintelligible, inanimate, dead, dull, and forgettable. And the reason for that is because they don't have a character. So now you may be wondering, how will I be able to memorize thousands of digits? Well, it's possible if you give numbers a character. You have to breathe life into them. And this is the main foundation of this system called the language of numbers, or more famously known as the Dominic system. The meaning for its acronym is decipherment of mnemonically interpreted numbers into characters. So this is what it means in simple terms. When I get my eyes to look into a pair of numbers, I don't see a number. I see a person. So say for example, when I see the number 01, I think of my cat, Mr. Green. Now why my cat Mr. Green? Because I only have one cat. When I see the number 43, I see Batman. Why Batman? Well, if you take the fourth and third letters of the alphabet, that gives you D and C. Hence, DC Pictures, and when I think of DC characters, I think of Batman. What about 27? Bill Gates, cause that's who I see. Since the second and seventh letter gives you B and G, hence Bill Gates' initials. Let's give you another number. 72. I think of George Bush. Now why George Bush? Well, the seventh letter of the alphabet is G, and the second is B, hence George Bush's initials. So what's happening here is that every pair of numbers from 00 to 99, so that's 100 of them, I see a person for each of those pairs of numbers. Now the other thing I do is each character has their own unique prop or action. So in Bill Gates' case, I have money falling over his head since he is the richest person in the world. What about my cat? I have my cat stretching his legs and arms out wide and sleeping just like a lazy old cat he's always been. And Batman is wearing his Dark Knight suit and he's carrying his Batarang. Okay, I'm gonna give you the code right now. It's just 10 numbers translated into letters. So listen very carefully. 1 is A, 2 is B, 3 is C, 4 is D, 5 is E, 6 is, well, a bit of a change here. 6 is an S, because it's got a sexy sound. Now go back to the normal routine. 7 is a G, 8 is a H, 9 is a N, because it's got the sound. And 0 looks like the letter O, so it's O. So now, once you got the letters in your head, once you know how to translate them, you can get all sorts of combinations of initials for people. Take the number 33. That translates into CC. So now you have Christopher Columbus or Charlie Chaplin. How about the number 26? That translates into B and S. How about Bernie Sanders, the politician? How about 73? That translates into G and C. So now we have George Clooney. So what I want you to do, and this isn't essential, but it's a great exercise. In the next few days or coming weeks, start to associate pairs of numbers with people. Now you could have a whole range of people. You could have politicians, royalty, historical figures, musicians, fighters, athletes, actors, directors, family members, friends. You could even have fictitious characters. You could have Superman or Batman to represent a pair of numbers. It's actually a personal thing. For example, the number 65 represents my aunt. Her name is Shamsun. Now when I was born, she came along and lived with us for a couple of years, and she held a special place in my heart. Almost like a mother. But you may ask, why 65? Well, that's the age when she died of cancer. I always associate 65 with Shamsun. So let's say for the number 23. You might have Michael Jordan, since that was his uniform number. So this is where the fun begins. Now all things aside, this is a great exercise. Now if you can't find a direct association between a number and a person, then use the code. Decode the numbers into letters. For example, 18 to me is Adolf Hitler, AH. And remember, I mentioned earlier, each person should have a proper action. So Adolf Hitler is always killing himself. So you may ask, why do I have every pair of numbers as a person and not an object? Well, the thing is, in the beginning, every number was an object. But as I began to deal with large numbers, so for example, the number 63 was a vase. The number 86 was goggles. And the number 19 was pizza. What I found was that it was difficult to remember when I was trying to memorize long sequence of numbers. Then I threw the whole list away and started putting in people for every pair of digits from 00 to 99. And then I found that it was far easier to remember people than it was to remember the objects. And the reason is because objects tend to be dull as well. I mean, you could shout and scream till your face turns blue to a pizza and it won't flinch. But if you shout at a person, well, they're liable to shout back, or even throw a pizza on your face. So people are very diverse, versatile, and very flexible. You can put them into any circumstance or any location that you desire. Now that's the key to it. Now let's use more examples, and this time we have to put props and actions into it. Take the number 20. That translates into Barack Obama, B and O. Now his action is stuttering in a speech. How about the original comedian, Charlie Chaplin? Number 33. His action is bending a cane. How about the number 15? For me, that's Albert Einstein. I always imagine him creating atomic bombs. Okay, now how can we put this into practical use? Okay, let's put it to practice then. I want you now to imagine your bus station. I'm going to give you a time. The bus leaves on this time every hour. So picture your own bus station. The bus leaves 15 minutes past every hour. So now what you gotta do is imagine the platform with Albert Einstein making bombs and maybe causing explosions, making all the passengers run in fear. Okay, got that image? Okay, here's another one. Say a friend of yours is arriving at the train station. Now the first thing you gotta do is that you gotta go to the location. Remember the 3 key ingredients: association, location, and imagination. So think of your own train station. Did you get that? Okay, so your friend is arriving at the number 63 train. So what are you gonna do? 63 translates into Stephen Colbert. Okay, so have Steven driving the train. Maybe he's hosting a show on the train as well. Or maybe it's more complicated, supposing the number of a train is 638. Now this is where you have to get a bit creative. Remember the number shape? So we can have a pair of numbers, 63, which is Stephen Colbert, followed by the number shape for 8, which is snowman. So imagine Stephen Colbert on the train dancing with a snowman. A weird image, but a memorable one. So now you remember the number of the train, 638. Okay, another one. Say you have a client who told you to call him back, whose extension number is 158. How are you going to remember that? First thing you have to do is think of the location. Think of his place of work. So in your case, think of a friend's office or one of your client's office. Did you do that? Now we break the number into a person and number shape. So 15 is Albert Einstein. So he's at your friend's office. And what's the number shape for 8? It's a snowman. So now imagine Albert Einstein carrying a snowman on top of his head. And this is happening in your friend's office. So you're connecting this image and the piece of information to that location. Okay, now let's add more fun to it. Let's take the number 8663. Now this time, we break that into pairs of numbers. 8663 relates to Harry Styles, 86HS, got that? And 63 relates to Stephen Colbert, SC. Now Harry Styles' action is singing Last First Kiss. He's a singer. And Stephen Colbert, you would imagine him wearing a big furry hat, giving commands saying, "The hat has spoken." So how do we combine the two together? Well, if it's 8663, you could have Harry Styles using Stephen's action, which is wearing a big furry hat. So you can imagine Harry Styles wearing a big furry hat saying, "The hat has spoken." So what would happen if it was the other way around? Supposing it was 6386. What would you have then? Think about it. It would be Stephen Colbert singing Last First Kiss. Here's another example for you. The number 27 translates into BG. Well, I think of Bill Gates. And I associate him with money falling on top of his head, and he's on his computer. Now if you take the number 7227, that relates to two sets of people. George Bush is 72, GB, and 27 is Bill Gates. Now can you see where I'm coming from? George Bush is going to take on Bill Gates' action. So now you imagine George Bush with money falling on top of his head, and he's working on his computer. Picture that. Now this is where the fun begins. Let's take another number. How about we take 3615? 36 to me is Charlie Sheen, the actor. 36, CS. And 15 is Albert Einstein. Charlie Sheen, I associate him with drinking a bottle of beer, as it was typically seen in 2.5 Men. Albert Einstein creating some kind of atomic bomb. So if you had 3615, it would be Charlie Sheen creating some kind of atomic bomb. What if you had 1527? You would imagine Albert Einstein with money falling on top of his head, and he's working on his computer, and so on and so forth. Or you could have 7236. So you would have George drinking a bottle of beer. Or maybe you're a sports person, so number 15 wouldn't be Albert Einstein, but rather Bart Starr from Green Bay in the NFL. So imagine him with money falling on top of his head, and he's working on his computer. Or how about instead of Bill Clinton for 23, you could have Michael Jordan because he wore the shirt 23 in the Chicago Bulls in the NBA. So as you can see, you can use these number characters to remember a whole range of numerical information. So can you see how all of a sudden numbers seem to have meaning in them? Almost as if breathing life into them? They're animated, they're colorful. Now putting all things aside, this is a great exercise for the whole of your brain and for your creative imagination. And maybe just by thinking of it is beginning to strain your brain just a little bit. But remember the old saying, no pain, no gain. So keep at it.
Wait a minute! Excuse me!
Oh yes.
Excuse me!
Oh yes.
Excuse me!
Okay, I hope you begin to see some progress. Today we'll get into example of appointments. Let's say you want to remember that you got an appointment with your family doctor on April 16th. So in this case, you take the month, which is 04 followed by 16. Now that gives you two characters. 04, which to me is the human, the guy who has fire powers from Fantastic Four. And 16 translates to Adam Sandler. So what's the first thing you do? You think of the location. So think of your family doctor right now, your own family doctor. Think of the place, the location. Did you get that? Now it's really up to you how you would want the scene to play out. It's your own playground. Imagine what you wish. You have full control here. You could have the fire dude from Fantastic Four chasing Adam Sandler and shooting fireballs at him around your family doctor's place. Or perhaps you see the fire guy from Fantastic Four controlling time with his remote, which is Adam Sandler's action. By the way, the remote control part that controls time is because of one of Adam Sandler's movie called Click, which is based on the remote that allows him to travel through time. Now you might have a different action for him, but that's what's in my head. Okay, let's take another one. Let's say you met your lawyer on the street and he comes rushing to you, telling you that the court case has come up again and it's on October 21st. And you don't have a pen or paper. And what bad luck. Your phone is dead. How are you going to remember that? No need to worry. Just go through these techniques step by step. What's the first thing you do? Look at the main idea or theme or the main topic of what you're trying to remember. It's a court, so it's gotta be a courtroom. Think of your own civil court or whatever court you once went to, or maybe a court from a movie. Now we look at the date. October 21st. That translates into 10/21. By this time, you should have an automatic association of people. I immediately see Ashley Olsen, which is 10, and 21 is Ben Affleck. So you could have Ashley Olsen as the judge, and maybe Ben Affleck is on trial or on the witness box. It doesn't matter what you used to get there, but now you got those dates turned into images, and now you'll never forget that important date. You know, life is so much easier when you don't have to rely on a diary or your phone. Now that's it for now, and I'll see you in the next video. Get ready because we're going to learn how to remember telephone numbers. But just before we do that, I want to give you an exercise. This time, we're going to do the journey around your house, except this time, I want you to extend that journey out into the main road. A typical journey can start from your front door, then your front gate, and then the third stage could be the pavement, and then, well, I'm not sure what comes next in your journey. Maybe the next stage is a bus stop, then a deli, and finally traffic lights, I guess. Okay, this time, we only need 6 stages. Okay, work through that journey, pause the program, and then come back when you're ready. Okay, did you get the 6 stages ready? Because we're going to put some information in those stages. And always remember that the trick to the journey is that it will preserve the order of the information that you are about to learn. Okay, so we'll go through the first one together. And this time, I'm going to give you a series of characters. So for the time being, don't worry about the numbers. Just think about the characters. Imagine yourself at the front door. You just opened the front door and you're standing there. And in front of you is Casey Affleck. Now, he appeared in SNL's Dunkin' Donuts commercial. So he just threw coffee at your face and it burnt your face. Again, use all cortical skills. Touch, taste, sight, smell, sound. Use humor, exaggeration, and color. Use logic as well. What's he doing? Why is he acting all crazy? Why'd he throw coffee at your face? Kind of shocking, right? Okay, now leave Casey alone and go to the second stage of your journey. Now you're at the front gate now. Who do you meet? This time you meet Harry Styles, the singer from One Direction. So what do you associate him with? Maybe he's singing one of his songs like Last First Kiss. So you got the image there? Nice picture and great song too if you like it. So you pass by Harry and go to the next stage. Wherever you are, maybe it's the pavement, make sure it's a nice and convenient place. This time you meet Nicolas Cage. Now I normally associate him with Ghost Rider. So I imagine him in Ghost Rider form with his fiery metallic chain. Okay, look at him, don't get scared. Just look at his fiery skull and his roaring fiery chain. Now pass him by and go to the next stage. Maybe it's a bus stop. I'm not sure what's it like on your street, but this is how my street looks. So wherever you're now, here's the next character. You're gonna meet Sylvester Stallone. You know, the guy in Rocky, Rambo, The Expendables. So his action would be boxing. Did you get that? And this is happening at the 4th stage, wherever that is. Okay, 2 more to go. So wherever you are, maybe it's the deli, this time you're gonna see Charles Darwin. A bit weird to see him. So he created the evolution theory, so his action would be transforming into a chimpanzee or a gorilla. Okay, so say goodbye to the gorilla, Charles. Now we move on to the last stage, wherever that is.
Maybe it's the traffic lights. This time you meet Emma Stone, the actress from La La Land. So I associate her with dancing. Again, use your skills. Use a bit of exaggeration, humor, logic. So whilst you imagine her dancing, use exaggeration as well. Like make the speed of her dancing go 10 times faster. And logic as in she's dancing because she got so many awards for a movie. So that it stands out in your mind. So just 6 characters. Okay, now return and review the scenes in your mind. Don't rush into this. What happened to the front door? Someone threw coffee at your face? Yeah, it's Casey Affleck. Now go to the front gate. Is it just me or is that song Last First Kiss? That must be Harry Styles. Okay, move on now. Now who do you see? Nicolas Cage, who is Ghost Rider with his fiery chain. Okay, moving on. Someone boxing? Yeah, it's Sylvester Stallone. Okay, now second to last, we got a chimpanzee. No, Charles Darwin, who just transformed into a chimpanzee. And finally, the girl who's dancing out of joy, Emma Stone. Okay, if you think about that, you can go forward or backwards. Okay, did you notice anything? What I've done, whether you like it or not, is that I've tricked you into memorizing 12 random digits. So now you can see how it's possible to memorize gigantic numbers. So you only have to go through that journey a couple of times and translate them into numbers, and you got 318693663456. Now I bet you didn't know that you would be able to memorize this so easily. So just imagine how far you can go with this. You can memorize the first 11 digits of pi with the same journey. If you work it out, all you need is enough stages. And once you got those characters sorted out, you can go on and on. You can easily do 100 digits. Well, other people already use these techniques, and I'm pretty sure the current world record for memorizing digits of pi was 67,890. And this was done by someone in China, and I bet he was using this technique. He's gotta be using a journey to do this. So maybe now you can see just how powerful this technique is. And obviously you can use it for telephone numbers, credit card numbers, only your own credit card number though. Don't memorize other people's credit card numbers. Okay, suppose your boss calls you up for booking a room in a hotel like maybe Hilton. Now you're talking to him on a smartphone and you got no pen or paper. So what's the first thing you do? You think of the hotel. That's the location. That's where you will map the images that come up. Okay, I'm gonna give you the numbers slowly. Mind you, this is not a real number. Okay, here we go. 438329. Okay, as soon as I hear those numbers, I think of these characters. 43 DC Batman. So we could have him outside of the Hilton hotel entrance. So we're making up a story here. So maybe Batman is standing outside the hotel using his batarang to break into the hotel. Then 83 HC. Well, that's to me Hillary Clinton. So maybe she's standing right beside the front entrance giving a speech of why she should become the president for 2020. Then at the reception is 29 BN. Well, that's Mr. Bean. Now the last digit is 9. Now if you remember from the number shapes, 9 is a balloon and string. So it doesn't take much imagination to picture Mr. Bean holding a balloon, acting like Mr. Bean. So for the few seconds it takes to translate those pictures into numbers, you've got the number for a long time. You only have to review a couple of times and you got it for life. Okay, now just to recap, try to turn pairs of numbers into people. Think of associations. Maybe Michael Jordan for the number 23, since you wore the uniform 23. Or 07 is Ronaldo, since that's his uniform number. Or 10 for Lionel Messi. Use the Dominic system to turn numbers into letters, and then let them become initials of famous people or family or friends. Then what you do is connect these people in a little short story or short scene, but place the scene to the associated location. Let's say you want to remember the number of a computer store. So what's the first thing you do? Think of a computer store you already know. Just think of one now. And here's the number. 630817. No need to worry about the 7 digit. So immediately for 63, I think of Stephen Colbert. So let's imagine him at the parking lot. Next number, 08. This number is a bit personal to me. Well, I think of a crush I once had by the name of Eileen in middle school. Her favorite number was 8, so I associate her with the number 8. Her action is her smile. To me, that smile means a lot, so it's really memorable. So maybe she's at the front entrance, smiling right at me. I'm blushing. Anyways, then we move on to the next number, which is 17. And for me, that's Naruto Uzumaki from a Japanese anime show I used to watch. 17 is Naruto since he was 17 years old in the cartoon. Remember, you can bring fictional characters into this if you want. So we could imagine him at the checkout desk eating a bowl of ramen. So you see what's happening here? You're turning dull, boring, and meaningless numbers into lively, meaningful, and memorable images. Here's another one for you. Say your boss wants to fix up an important lunch with a very important client, and he says, "Look, can you take this guy to Sally's Pasta House?" So think of an Italian restaurant right now. That's the first thing, the location. Here's the number, 68, so you immediately think of Sherlock Holmes. His action is smoking through that tube. We'll have him as the customer in the restaurant. 6892. 92, that's Napoleon Bonaparte. He must be a hard drinker, so we'll have him seated by the bar drinking. And 73 is the last pair of digits. That's George Clooney. We'll have him cooking up something in the kitchen. 689273. So just those three people enable you to remember the numbers. You know, for the little time it takes, it could save you your job, get you excellent grades, or even get you a career. Yeah, it can always be written down, but isn't it amazing to know that you always have a backup? And that's you. Not someone else or something else, but you. Okay, one more time. Say your mother calls you and she's at the airport. Okay, here's the number. 339487. So you think of the airport. Think of any location there. Maybe the departure section. 33 is Charlie Chaplin. 94 ND. Well, I think of Nathan Drake, the treasure hunter from the game Uncharted 4. So we could have Charlie Chaplin deciphering a treasure map, which is Nathan Drake's action onto the last pair of digits. 87, which translates into HG, to me, Mercury reminds me of Mars, which makes me think of the movie The Martian. So 87 is Matt Damon. So it's Charlie Chaplin deciphering a treasure map to find out that the treasure was Matt Damon this whole time, to get his autograph. I think Matt Damon will be pretty glad that he is someone else's treasure. Now it's easy once you practice the language of numbers. It's actually really fun. It's a great mental exercise and very practical as well. And probably one of the most powerful tools at your disposal. For number crunching, practice with pairs of numbers. Learn your own language of 100 characters from 00 to 99. I wonder how your credit card number translates into pairs of people. I'm only kidding there, but above all, have fun. Test yourself on a regular basis. I see numbers automatically as symbolic characters. So soon you'll find things like telephone numbers, dates, timetables, and so on will be so much easier to remember. And of course, the more you exercise your brain in this way, the more you will release of the infinite memory power you got inside you. I bet you feel your brain getting stronger already. Now we'll continue with more exercise and more techniques in the upcoming videos, and I'll see you in the next video.
I got a question for you. What are your greatest fears? Well, in the US, next to corruption of government officials, one of the greatest fears is standing up in public and giving a speech. It doesn't matter what the occasion may be, even if it's standing up and just saying a few words. It can be a devastating experience. Now you might be an actor or actress, politician, teacher, lawyer, doctor. At some point in your life, you have to stand up and give a speech. Now it could be a list of complaints that you want to give to your boss, or some words you want to say to your crush. You work it out carefully. The day comes along, and you go with good intentions. You're gonna get it off your mind. What happens? You walk in, and you dry out that instant. Your boss looks at you and says, "What is it?" And all of a sudden, your mind goes through a mental blank. The result is opportunity missed. Or if you're in high school, or university, or wherever it may be, and you have a crush, you prepare some words to say, and when you see that person, your mind goes blank. And the result is the same. Opportunity missed. So at some point in our lives, we're given the chance to stand up and speak what we have to say, whilst other people listen. So imagine this. You're going up a podium, and there are 400 people there. Your boss is sitting there, your work colleagues, your friends, your family, and then one of your friends notice that you have no notes. And he says, "Wait a minute, he's forgotten his notes." They look a bit anxious, but your confidence is supreme.
you start delivering your speech in sync and with rhythm. No hesitation. You start delivering quotes, you start adding jokes, and everyone starts laughing with you. Then at the end, you walk down and everybody is cheering and clapping. And they are impressed because you had no hesitation and, more importantly, no notes. Now the method I'm gonna give you to enable you to do this is as old as the ancient Greeks and Romans. And if you found some of the other techniques simple and easy to learn, then this technique will be equally as easy. Now, why do we fear giving a speech? Well, another great fear amongst Americans is other people judging you. It's the sheer fact of having all eyes on you, you being the center of attention, and you are worried that you will be judged and ridiculed. Now, it can happen to the best of people. Say Steven Spielberg. Once he was giving a speech to students of American law, and somewhere down the line, he was gripped with so much panic that he forgot English. He started speaking in his mother language. So what he did was he started thinking in French just to get some words out. Now the panic attack was a minute or two, but he states, next to insects, that's his greatest fear. Mark Twain also stood up and he had to give a speech about great leaders. And guess what? He also hated giving speeches. And he said, Caesar and Hannibal are dead, Wellington has gone to a better place, Napoleon is under the sword, and to be honest, I don't feel well either. And he sat down. Now the greatest speakers are the ones that worked at it. I don't believe there are any natural speakers. They had to work at it. Now in my case, 4 years ago, thought of giving a speech? Can we lower the standards? The thought of even talking to a stranger or saying hi to a crush would frighten me. And yet now, I have to give speeches on a regular basis. Now can you imagine a professional memory trainer standing up in public with a bunch of notes? That wouldn't work at all. I'd be a laughingstock. So I have to do it. And the reason I can do it is because I use really simple techniques. The same technique used for memorizing a deck of cards, which I'll teach you soon. Now it doesn't mean you have to remember your speech word for word, unless you're an actor or you're coding someone. What an audience wants to hear is your interpretation. They want to hear you, whys, whats, and so on. Now I'm not going to say I give the best speeches in the world, but what I can do is use my memory, which enables me to keep eye contact with my audience. That means I'm always involved, and I have control over the audience. So what's the method? Well, if you have ever been on a public speaking course, what you normally do is once you plan your speech, you divide it into key points, and you put those key points on cue cards. So there could be 10 key points to keep you on track for your speech. Now that's a lot better than having separate bits of paper that can get screwed up or shuffled around. But even with cue cards, you might lose the order, or you might forget the order, or you might lose them totally. The best speakers in the world are those who do it entirely from their head using their memory. So let's learn what I call mental speech recall in the next video.
Now we'll delve into what I call the mental speech recall. Well, the first thing you have to do is obviously prepare your speech. And there are many techniques. One method that I personally use is mind mapping. It was created by a guy called Tony Buzan, and the idea is that you get a big sheet of white paper, and on the center, you just draw the picture of the theme. It could be a new product, or some landmark, or person, or whatever. From there, you just draw off or radiate branches and put little pictures or little symbols and try to keep one word on a branch. And of course, you have sub-branches. Now at the end of this exercise, what you have is one sheet of paper with all your thoughts on it. So it acts sort of like a teleprompter for your mind. You can see the whole speech in front of you. Then from this point, you can get the structure of the speech. You can see the most important points. Then you divide that into key points. And guess what you do next? You're going to convert those key points into key images. And then obviously the key images then go on a journey. So I'm going to give you an exercise right now. By now, you're probably familiar with making a journey. Maybe you should go back to the journey you formed around your house, because I want you to form 10 key images along a journey of 10 stages. If you still have the images from the first exercise, then pause the program and form another journey. Maybe form that journey around school, university, or your place of work, or an office somewhere. Wherever you choose, make sure you got the journey sorted out in your head and then come back. Okay, you got the journey sorted out? Go to the first stage, wherever that is, and as I feed the information, just use all those skills. Use imagination, association, color, humor, sex, anything that makes you visualize. Associate the key image with the location. Okay, here we begin. Here's the first object. Director's chair. Just fix the image. Make sure it is glued to the location. Move on to the next stage. Imagine Ashley Olsen there. Now I associate the number 10 with Ashley Olsen. So see her there. What's her action? Her action is designing clothes. Moving on, next stage. Wherever you're now, imagine a big pile of dollars. Loads of cash. Okay, move on. Now I want you to imagine a big test tube bubbling away. Imagine the bubbles making noise and the steam coming off of it. Okay, next stage. Imagine a long queue of smiley faces. Did you get that? Okay, move on to the next stage. Now picture this in your head. A snake charmer. Okay, add movement. Move on to the next stage. Now wherever you are, I want you to bump into a comedian. It could be Trevor Noah. Why is he there? Use logic. Okay, very well. Now move on to the next stage. At this point, I want you to confront 3 wise men. It could be biblical, religious, or something from a movie. Okay, now move on. Now you meet an actor. It's that actor Chris Hemsworth. You know, Thor, the guy who was once named the most handsome man of the year. See if you can picture his face. Why is he there? What is he wearing? Move along now. And for the final stage, imagine fire, or whatever you associate with fire. Okay, good. Now, as I said before, go back and review the journey. Replay those scenes in your mind. First stage, what do you have? Director's chair. Next one, someone designing clothes. Yeah, that's right, it's Ashley Olsen. Okay, next one, a pile of cash, a bundle of dollars. Okay, next one, something bubbling away, a test tube. Okay, next stage, a queue or line of something. Yeah, smiley faces. Next stage, snake charmer. Next, comedian, Trevor Noah. Okay, next one, 3 wise men. Next stage, the actor Chris Hemsworth. And finally, fire. Okay, that's good. Now go back and replay the scenes. It's a bit like making a movie, except there's no cost in making it. It's completely free. So you can spend as much as you want. When you're sure you got those 10 key images firmly rooted in your head, then we can go through the speech. In this last exercise, what I did was give you the exercise in reverse. I gave you the key images required for the speech that I'm about to give you. Now that should make a tad bit of sense once I start reading it. Now see if you can relate key images to the elements of the speech. You've decided to call a meeting, a board meeting. You got your directors there, and you want to be promoted to managing director. Now this is what you say. Think about the key images that you just memorized. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The reason that I've called this meeting today is because I want to be promoted from T-Boy to managing director of XYZ Holdings. I have a number of very good reasons as to why I should be promoted. I've been with the company for 10 years, and I have more experience than the most of you combined. I've produced more profits, developed more products than anyone else, and I've got a great client base. And I get on well with all our customers. I am charming, witty, wise, and good looking. And finally, I do have one good reason for becoming managing director. My obscenely wealthy uncle has just bought the company outright, and you're all fired. Now let's go through that speech again. And this time, we'll just pick out those key images. That first line. The reason that I've called this meeting today is because I want to be promoted from etc. to managing director. That whole line, that whole sentence can be reduced to one image, director's chair. Okay, the next image is Ashley Olsen. That's to remind me to say that I've been with the company for 10 years. Remember the Dominic system? Ashley Olsen gives me 10 since her initials AO translates into 10. I have a number of very good reasons as to why I should be promoted. I've been with the company for 10 years. Okay, next one. I have more experience than the most of you combined. I have produced more profits, which gives us the bundle of dollars or pile of cash. Now the test tube that's bubbling. Well, that's research and development. And I've developed more products than anyone else. Okay, can you see how the pieces are falling together? Now the queue of smiley faces. I've got a great client base, and I get on well with all our customers. Okay, now here comes a series of adjectives. Charming, witty, wise, and good-looking. See how they relate to the key images. First one, charming. Remember Snake Charmer? I am witty. That's Trevor Noah, the comedian. Wise. The three wise men. Good-looking. Well, Chris Hemsworth. And finally, the last sentence. And I do have one good reason for becoming managing director. My obscenely wealthy uncle has just bought the company outright and you're all fired. Hence the last image, fire. So what the journey does is that it ensures you never lose your path along a speech. It helps to keep you on track with a steady supply of key images. It's a bit like looking at a Google direction map, so you never lose track. Now the other advantage is that you got eye contact. You got closer contact to the audience. You feel more confident. You feel like you have control. You can see them. You got more interactions and more involvement with them. And obviously, you sound more convincing. It's more impressive when you don't use notes. And the audience thinks that you're confident about your information even when you aren't. They think you are well versed and very prepared. Just think about when you can use this technique. You can use this to remember jokes. Maybe you've got to give a speech at your university or high school, or maybe at the White House. What about weddings? If you're the best man or father of the bride, or maybe you got an important product announcement or complaints you want to give to your boss. So you can walk in cool, calm, and collected. I'd like to clear the atmosphere with a number of points, or a couple of words to impress your crush. And you can go on and on. Now the last thing your boss wants to see is a bunch of cue cards, and your crush will not be impressed if you show up with cue cards either. If you can walk in with confidence, stay calm, and be collected, that'll impress your boss, and you sure are going to impress your crush, and even get married soon. Well, I'm not sure about that last part. That's a different course. I don't teach that. So a speech file is a bit like an assembly line. One thing gets done at a time until the product has finally been created. So the key images in a journey enable you to have total control. You're always one step ahead, because you can see the key images in front of you. Now if you do forget one of those key images, it's probably because the information wasn't that important in the first place. And obviously you can always keep a separate sheet of paper as backup. Not that you will ever need it or use it, but it's comforting to know that in the worst case, when you are dried out, you can always refer to your notes. So once you have prepared your speech, you have converted into key images, all you need to do is run through the journey a couple of times and you've got it in your head. Now sometimes you might get distractions, but you always know from your internal GPS where you are. It allows you to deviate. Sometimes when I'm giving a speech, someone might ask me a question. It might be an interesting one. And we could deviate and go off in triangles, but I know when to come back. It's a bit like driving down the road with your GPS. If you lose a lane, your GPS updates the information and you get back on track with another lane or another route. It's the same thing with the journey. Remember, a successful speech has a starting point, points along the way, and an ending point. If you think about it, a speech is a journey in and of itself, so use the journey method. We'll go through more techniques and more methods throughout the upcoming videos, and I'll see you in the next video.
Now today we'll discuss about other things we could do with the method I taught you for remembering speeches. Now you might ask, what do I use in the method for quotes? If you want to remember quotes, simply break down the quote into a memorable mini scene or mini story, and have that take place in the relevant stage of the journey. Let's say you go to a kindergarten school or elementary school, and say you want to give a lecture to children about the great value of education, and you want to throw the following quote by Aristotle. The roots of education are bitter, but the fruit is sweet. So you can get a nice, memorable image from that. You might imagine an apple tree with a schoolboy climbing up the apple tree to get an apple. And all you have to do is take that key image to a relevant stage in your journey. Of course, if you're a quote collector like me, you might want to mentally store all those quotes in one building, such as a museum or a library. Okay, here are a few of them. How would you visualize them? Here's one by Oscar Wilde. Art never expresses anything but itself.
What comes to your mind? Well, I see a person drawing a portrait of someone else drawing a portrait. Okay, we'll do another exercise, and this time I'll give you 5 quotes. But I want all of them stalled in one area. Maybe choose your local library for the journey. Form a little journey of 5 stages around your library, like going through the entrance, passing the desk, and so on. We'll begin when you're ready. Okay, I'm going to give you some images now. Go to the first stage and imagine this. Heart. Whatever comes to your mind when you think of heart. Go to your second stage. Hungry man. Just imagine a hungry man. Go to your third stage. This time, imagine gold. Fourth stage, sleeping man. And finally, for the fifth stage, frustration. Did you get those? Quickly review the journey in your head. Heart, hungry man, gold, sleeping man, and finally, frustration. So you're probably thinking, what do I have to memorize this time? Well, these are some of my favorite quotes. Well, do you ever listen to someone giving jokes and you think to yourself, man, I wish I could remember those. I know the actual content of the jokes, but I wish I could get a trigger for each one of them. Well, what this journey does is that it gives you a trigger for remembering the quotes or jokes. Okay, so the first one, heart. Here's a quote from one of my teachers when I was very young. The wise man said, follow the heart. Okay, next one. Your image was hungry man. A hungry man must cook while he's hungry. This quote was given to me by my brother when I was looking for a job. Sounds pretty cool to me. Okay, here's the next one. This is gold. All that glitters is not gold. This was said by a character in a show called Naruto. Okay, so what's your next key image? Sleeping man. This is a quote from David Bailey. To be rich, you have to be making money while you're asleep. Okay, and the last one is frustration. Now this quote was told to me by my teacher when I failed to answer his questions. He told me, expectation is the mother of all frustration. What can I say? I was a terrible student. Okay, now you might have to go over the quotes a few times, the individual quotes, but the single image will act as a trigger for the whole quote. And you can use this for jokes as well. Now we'll go over more methods and more techniques over the upcoming videos, and I'll see you in the next video. Now I'm going to give you some techniques to help you get through a job interview. Okay, let's take an example. Say you want to apply for a job at an airport. It would be a good idea to get some information on not just the company, but about the operations at the airport, some of the other airlines, which I think will be some useful information to have. So for such a circumstance, what do? Well, before the interview, convert facts and figures and put them into key images on a mental journey. Now think in the perspective of the interviewer. Wouldn't you be impressed if the one you're interviewing had bothered to do a little bit of research on the background of your company, and he seems to be intelligent, enthusiastic, and is asking all the right questions? And what about your resume? Well, it's worthwhile to memorize your own history, and you can put it in order using key images along a journey. This gets rid of the problem of sudden loss of memory, or gaps, as you might call it, while you're speaking. Interviewers don't like gaps in people's history, so the mental fact file keeps the order in your mind efficiently. And the worst thing that could happen is that your mind goes blank just when you need to give a good impression. Now you may find yourself using more than one journey. One for the resume, the other for the details of the company. There are no limits to the amount of information you can store. You can have statistical data, financial data, customers, wholesalers, dealers, figures, key employees, or even stock prices. But please be warned, don't start talking about the company from beginning to end. The guy might think you're a lunatic. And one good advice given to me by my brother, don't use big words. Use KISS. No, don't kiss the interviewer. It's an acronym for Keep It Simple, Stupid. Keep the language simple. What are you trying to do? Are you trying to get the job or confuse the interviewer with words you probably don't understand yourself? So you can use a journey around your job facility or the facility itself. Use all the tools available to you. Use mnemonics, number shapes, number rhyme, or even the Dominic system. You can use the name face methods. Now that can land you the job itself.
Now the job market is competitive out there. So why don't you take an advantage that gives you the upper hand and get the dream job that everyone is chasing? It's really easy. See if you can do it with your own resume, turning chapters of your life into colorful, meaningful images. So let's go over it again. To memorize your speech, first condense the contents into key points. Then create symbols for each key point using imaginative, colorful, and meaningful key images. Place each key image in various stages along a familiar journey. The journey will act as a guide, ensuring that you don't confuse the order of your speech or lose your place. It's your very own mental speech file and your invisible teleprompter. Don't try to memorize your speech word for word. The audience wants to hear you. And remember, use a mental fact file for data and preparation for a job interview. Facts and figures of the company, your own resume, and so on. All of these can be stored using key images on a mental journey. We'll go over more techniques and more methods in the upcoming videos, and I'll see you in the next video. Have you noticed that in this day and age, we seem to be pressured more and more with our time? So much so that we seem to rely on Evernote, Google Calendar, Noseby, diaries, journals, well, you name it. And I think that this has contributed to a steady decline in our ability to memorize things. We don't have to exercise our brains anymore. Now the Japanese, on the other hand, are the leading creators with technology, and yet they sleep on the floor. And they are very organized, and they seem to rely more on their memory than we do. They don't use diaries or journals or Evernote. Now don't get me wrong, diaries are great, but what happens if you lose them or your phone shuts off on you, along with your electric organizer? It's not always convenient to carry a journal around you. But wouldn't it be nice to have full control on all of your appointments, to know exactly in an instant what you're supposed to do on a certain day? Well, you could do that with a mental diary. By using a journey of 31 stages, you can tell at moment's notice what lies beyond you. Each stage of the journey represents a day of the month, and appointments are placed at their positioned stages. So say for example, you got an appointment with your family doctor on February 3rd. Well, at the third stage of your journey, you see your family doctor awaiting your arrival with a big needle. I've got a journey, and it's 31 stages. It starts at an old house I used to live in. In fact, it was like a palace in my hometown, Dhaka. And that place has a lot of childhood memories. And this is how it goes. So I'm at the top of my house roof, which gives me a wide range view of the neighborhood and the broken down roads, the busy farmers market, and the other buildings, as well as the airport and the airplanes flying off. Then as it goes, there's a water tank there. I use that as a stage. Then it goes onto a garden, the stairs, then there's the driveway, then there's the local tea shop where I used to eat biscuits with tea. And then there's a store, and the journey goes on and on, until eventually, in the 28th stage, you have a gas station. Then in the 30th stage, there's the airport, and finally in the 31st stage, there's a temple. So how can we use this to keep a diary? Well, let's say your assignment is due on the 24th. Well, in my case, the 24th stage is a restaurant. So I'd imagine my professor throwing assignment papers all over the restaurant. Okay, another one. Let's say I have to attend the movie theater to watch Maze Runner on the 30th. So to remember that, I imagine the Maze Runner cast coming in the airport because the 30th stage in my journey is an airport. And of course, if you want to add details of time or quantity, what do you use? You use number shapes, or the Dominic system. If the movie is starting at 5, use the number shape for 5, which if you remember, is a snake. So I'd have the snake in the airport. So now I won't forget. Maze Runner cast, they're at the airport, so it's gotta be 30th, and the snake is waiting to sting them, so it's gotta be at 5 p.m. Again, I know that the doctor's appointment is at the 3rd because my doctor is waiting there with a big needle. Well, what if the appointment is at 1 o'clock? So I'd have him holding a pencil as well. Remember, the number shape for 1 is pencil. Perhaps his intention is to give me prescription medicine with his horrible handwriting again. Okay, so the idea here is that I can outlook the whole month that's ahead of me with a journey across my hometown, Dhaka. I can see all 31 stages, all at once. You should try this as well. You should use a journey that you know literally backwards or forward. So after a while, you get to know that the 13th stage is a poultry farm, and the 3rd stage is the stairs, or whatever it may be for you. Now, as you already know, the journey preserves the order of events, thus the appointments that are ahead. Now, obviously, you might want to keep Evernote or some electronic organizer But doesn't it feel nice to have full control over your life without being completely dependent on your phone or journal? Also, another perk is that if you're out somewhere and you run into someone and they ask you if you're free in the 17th, well, instead of saying, oh, I gotta check my schedule and check Evernote or Outlook or your diary, you can instead check your powerful internal diary, your memory. Now in the next video, we'll do the mental in-tray and fix the list disease.
Now for the final moment that you've been waiting for, the mental in-tray. Well, let's see how far we've come. So now, you know how to remember appointments, but what about everyday chores and tasks that we never get done? Such as, I have to water the plants, I have to do my assignment, I have to send my parents an email, I must sign up for the audition, I must do programming, I must join this club. Don't these things seem to add up, and you never get any of them done? And through time, it can get very stressful. You might even exaggerate the problem in your head. Oh man, I gotta do so many things. I don't even have that much time to do all this. When in reality, you only have a few chores that you can count in one hand. The obvious answer to all this is to write a to-do list. And that's why we start using apps and organizers to keep us on track. But even this practice doesn't come stress-free. Your battery might die out. You might have to constantly look at your phone again and again, and worst case scenario, you forget about your work and you start watching YouTube or use Facebook or start using Instagram and end up wasting most of your valuable time. But let me suggest a more productive and a distraction-free as well as an effective alternative. The mental in-tray. Now use a simple journey with 10 stages again. Now make sure that the place holds nice and vibrant memories for you. I use my niece's house since that place holds a lot of colorful and fun memories of my childhood. Why don't you use a hotel resort or a family vacation place that you once had, or maybe a cruise you once went to, or a honeymoon if it wasn't a complete disaster, or a place from your childhood. Now this time, instead of you going on a journey, I want you to follow me. And this is my niece's house, where my family used to go to on the holidays. It holds special and exciting memories for me. Try and picture these with me. These are the stages. I'm going to give you 10 stages now. First stage, a garden. Now keep on walking through the garden and you come across a door that leads you into the house where there's a fireplace for you to warm up. Now just across the fireplace, there is the living room. Now remember that this is the third stage. Now if you step out through the window there, you come to the front porch. And just across the road, there's a supermarket. Okay, now behind the supermarket, there is a gym, which is the sixth stage. Now if you get out through the gym, we come across a restaurant. Behind the restaurant, there's a parking lot. We're on stage 8 at the moment. Leaving off from there, you come across an elementary school. And finally, from the school, you see a park. Now with that very pleasant scene in mind, we can now place 10 key images for common chores that we may have to do. Okay, go back to the garden, and this time, I want you to imagine your tax collector relaxing in the garden. Now that's to remind you that you gotta file your taxes. Now go to the fireplace, and I want you to imagine that your professor is there getting cozy and warm. That's to remind you that you have to finish your English professor's assignment. So your professor is at the fireplace. Next stage is the living room. Now just picture your eraser machine on the sofa or the table. Why is it there? That's to remind you that you gotta shave. Okay, now go through the window to the front porch. Then you see that there is a lawnmower sitting on the front porch. That's to remind you that you gotta cut the grass. Now what's the next stage? It's the supermarket. In the supermarket, there's a large, dirty ashtray. That's to remind you that you gotta stop smoking, and you gotta do something about it. Now you go to the gym, and you see Batman working out. That's to remind you that you gotta work out. Oh, what a coincidence. Next stage, we go to the restaurant. There you see Thor with his hammer causing havoc. That's to remind you that you gotta pay your internet bill. Now we go to the parking lot. Now in the parking lot, you see Mark Zuckerberg on his laptop. What does that mean? Check Facebook? No, that's to remind you that you gotta get your programming done. Now you go to the elementary school. What do you see? You see Steven Spielberg shooting a movie scene there. That's to remind you that you gotta edit your videos. And finally in the park, there's a large, heart-shaped box full of chocolates. Oh yeah, you got a date that you gotta go to. Okay, see how many of them you can remember. It doesn't matter if you can't remember all of them. is just to demonstrate the principles of this method. Okay, back to the garden. Who's there? It's your tax collector. You gotta file your taxes. Okay, at the fireplace? Your professor? Yeah, you gotta get your assignment done. The living room? What do you see there? Your razor? Yeah, you gotta shave. Front porch? That's right, you better cut the grass. It's the lawnmower. What's there on the supermarket? Yeah, you gotta stop smoking too. It's the dirty ashtray. In the gym? Is that Batman working out? You better start working out too. You gotta lose those flabs. In the restaurant, Thor is running havoc. You gotta pay your internet bill. Then in the parking lot, you gotta do programming. Mark Zuckerberg is there. Then in the elementary school, who's shooting a film? It's Steven Spielberg. Oh yeah, you gotta edit your videos. And finally in the park, why is there a huge box of heart-shaped chocolates? Yeah, you got a date to go to. Now can you see how the journey preserves the order of what you gotta do? So the weird image of Thor running havoc can only mean one thing. You gotta pay your internet bills. And the sight of Mark Zuckerberg can only mean one thing. And that is that you gotta do programming. Now the priorities of each task is not that important, to be truthful. Once you got all your worries out in the open mixed with the pleasant and soothing surroundings of your journey like your cousin's place, you will have equal awareness of each of them, which will broaden your scope and put them in a better perspective. So what are some other uses? Let me tell you, this method has a lot of uses. Now I use it when I have important phone conversations or have meetings, since I have important key points that I want to mention, which I put into key images along a mental entry journey. I mean, it's very frustrating when you realize that you forgot to mention an important point during a crucial meeting or an important conversation. I gotta say, while using this technique, you will miss one thing, and that is having a list of things to do after you've completed a task. Yeah, I did my programming for today, I filed in my taxes, and I did the assignment. Well, I got a solution for that. Every time you finish a chore with your mental entry, just imagine lightning strike it or throw a massive fireball at it. Well, it's your mind and it's your playground. Like your tax collector on the garden. Just obliterate him with lightning. So you've done that. You filed your taxes. Just throw a massive fireball at the lawnmower because you've done that. It feels really great, doesn't it? Okay, we're going to do an exercise in the next video. So until then, get prepared mentally. Now get ready. We're going to do the exercise. Now this is going to be a warm-up exercise for your associations. Your powers of association. Now I'll give you pairs of objects, maybe some people as well. And the idea is to quickly make an association between each of the words or objects. Okay, let's begin. Watermelon. Gold. Rainbow. Bill Gates. Superman. Flamethrower. Lion. Red. Lamborghini. George Washington. iPhone. Airplane. Cat. Mountain. Ninja. TV. Laptop. House. Bag. Hot air balloon. Ice cream. Batman. Burger. Garden. Basketball. Adolf Hitler. Candle. Boat. Computer. Polar bear. Tablet. Champagne. Jack Sparrow. Window. Jeans. Headphone. Suit. Chimpanzee. And finally, rocket launcher and Selena Gomez. Now I'm guessing you have some interesting and pretty weird images in there. Now if you made associations, and it should have been immediately made, let's see if you can connect one word to the next. And we'll do it randomly. What would you connect Selena Gomez with? Rocket launcher. See if you can come up with the association before I give it to you. Computer? Polar bear. Adolf Hitler? Basketball. Batman? Ice cream. And keep note of the ones you can't remember. Maybe you weren't using that much imagination. Just change the association or image. Burger? Garden. That's some nice garden of burgers that I see in my mind. Lamborghini? George Washington. Gold? Watermelon. That should have been easy since it was the first one. Jack Sparrow? Window. Tablet? Champagne. Suit? Chimpanzee. I wonder what you were thinking for that one. Rainbow? Bill Gates. And what about candle? Boat. Red? Lion. Mountain. Cat. What about the iPhone? Airplane. And what's the association with Superman? Flamethrower. And the ninja? TV. Jeans. Headphone. Laptop. House. And finally, hot air balloon. Bag. Now, did you see how you came up with these images? It's very easy to create associations. Now, I don't expect you to get 100% and get all of them right, but it's a great exercise to get your engine moving for associations. So that was the association exercise. Now we'll do some number exercises. Now I want you to create another journey, and this time of 12 stages. And I'll give you some numbers, and I want you to convert them into number shapes. So when you think of the number 8, think of snowman. Number 5, snake. Okay, get the journey sorted out. Pause the video, and finally, when you're ready, come back. Okay, are you ready? I'm going to give you some numbers and immediately convert them into number shapes. Okay, let's begin. First stage. Get yourself ready. Here's the number. 3. Next stage. 1. Move on. This time it's 4. Next stage. 1. Moving on. 5. 9. 2. 6. 5. 3. 5. And finally, 9. Okay, now go through the scenes again. Go through the stages. Okay, so what do you have? What was it? A handcuff for the first one. 3. Next stage, pencil. So it's 1. Sailboat for 4. Then you had a pencil again for 1. Snake for 5. Balloon and string for 9. Then you had a swan for 2. Elephant's trunk for 6. 5 again. Handcuff again for 3. 5 again for snake. And finally a balloon for 9. Now, did you notice something about those numbers? I'm afraid I've tricked you into memorizing the first 11 digits of pi. We'll do more exercise and more techniques through the upcoming videos, and I'll see you in the next video. Today I'm going to teach you how to learn how to learn. Now I got some questions. Out of all those hours in school, did they ever teach you how to learn? Was there even one class or lesson on memory techniques? And did they teach you how to focus or concentrate? Did they teach you about observation or visualization on mnemonics? Well, if your answer is no, then you can bet the same for me. Now, when I was at school, I struggled a lot, but I don't blame myself totally for what happened in school back then. Nobody ever taught me how to learn how to learn. It's very unfortunate that my days of school weren't that joyful. Now, that was the case until in university, I started using these methods, and that's when the fun began. Now, based on my experience, I believe every child should have the right to learn how to learn. They should be teaching these methods every month, at least once, how to learn. Now recently, I got some emails from people telling me, I used your methods and I passed with flying colors on my exam. But why didn't the school curriculum have this? Well, that's a very good question that I do not know the answer to. I wish they did use it. Now can you believe this?
I used to be a kid who struggled in order to pass high school, but now parents send their children to learn from me. To me, the kid who failed in all of his classes at one point. You must admit, that's pretty ironic. Now, earlier in the course, we did mnemonics. Just to recap, a mnemonic is any device that aids memory. Did you remember the famous one? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally for the order of operations. Here's another one. Richard of York goes battling in vain. Roy G. Biv for the colors of the rainbow. There are lots of acronyms, and you could make them up and you could use them for anything. Take trigonometry, for example. To remember the 4 quadrants, use add sugar to coffee. What about physics? Like volts equals amps times resistance. For that, you could use virgins are rare. V equals A times R. Here's another one. King Henry died by drinking chocolate milk. This can be used for the metric unit conversion. Mnemonics are a favorite, especially amongst medical students. And it can also be used in chemistry, as in you can turn chemical symbols into images, or atomic weights into images, and the same can be said about historical dates, and the list goes on and on. Let's see how we can use it for geography. Okay, now let's talk about countries and capitals. Now the idea here is to link a country with its capital. For example, the capital of Chile is Santiago. So for that, I imagine my friend Santiago eating chilies. So now anytime I think of Chile, well, it sounds kind of like chilies, and that brings in my mind the image of my friend Santiago eating chilies and bursting flames out of his mouth. Now this may be a bit far-fetched, but there are a chain of links there. Okay, so now let's have a look at the capital of Denmark. The capital of Denmark is Copenhagen. So for this, I just imagine a fat cop eating a Haagen-Dazs ice cream. Now it's a quick and immediate association. Don't forget the 3 fundamental principles are association, location, and imagination. Those are the core fundamental principles of this course. The capital of Denmark is Copenhagen. Cop and Hagen. Now the image is pretty funny. Now that's another thing you should use. Humor. And we tend to want to return to happy, colorful memories. So if you make connections attractive in the process, you'll increase dopamine levels in your brain and you're more likely to return back to it later. Okay, now the capital of Indonesia is Jakarta. Well, just imagine Joker serving tea. Joker's tea. Now don't worry if they don't sound alike. The immediate association will just be a reminder for you to remember that it's Jakarta and not Joker tea. Get inventive. There's always a link if you allow your mind to find one. Just take Netherlands for example. The capital of Netherlands is Amsterdam. Now if you think about it, Amster sounds a lot like hamster, and then you have dam. So imagine a hamster trying to climb up a dam. And sometimes that's all you need to go on. Now the capital of Australia is Canberra, and not Sydney. Now if you look at Australia from a map, it vaguely looks like a camera. Camera, Canberra. Here's another one. The capital of Norway is Oslo. Now that sounds a lot like Costco, which reminds me of Costco. So think of Costco in Norway. Norway, Oslo. Okay, now let's have a look at the American states. Now just allow yourself to find a link. Try to make the connections immediately. Now use your senses, imagination, exaggeration, humor, sex, color, movement, sight, sound, smell, touch, taste, well, you name it. Well, okay, if you already know the capitals, well, it doesn't matter if you already know the capitals. I'm going to give you one now. The capital of Minnesota is St. Paul. Now for me, that's an easy connection. I could see the image right in front of me. I imagine St. Paul drinking a mini soda in one hand and carrying a Bible in the other. Okay, now the capital of Florida is Tallahassee. Now that sounds a lot like Tallahassee. More like Tallahusky. So I imagine telling a husky who my crush in high school was. Well, it's not Tallahassee, but it's enough to trigger the name. Florida, Tallahassee. Well, let's see. What about Kentucky? Well, immediately I think of KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken. And the capital is Frankfurt. So I immediately think of KFC running out of fried chicken and serving frankfurters instead. And this time I got an association again. I think of a KFC store from my childhood. I mean, you could use any one. KFC is everywhere. Now the capital of Utah is Salt Lake City. Well, that's natural for me. I immediately think of the game The Last of Us. That association lets me know that Utah's capital is Salt Lake City. You can use associations from past experiences as well. But if you're not familiar with the game, imagine you're told that you have to tar the entirety of Salt Lake City. You tar Salt Lake City. Utah, Salt Lake City. Now obviously with some of these capitals, you gotta step up your game and get a bit inventive. What about Kansas? Its capital is Topeka. Well, for me, when I think of Topeka, I think of Tropicana. And I remember when I was a kid, on my flight to California, we stopped at Kansas. And from the airport, Kansas looked like an empty farm field. So I just imagine a huge Tropicana juice carton on top of that empty farm field. Like I said before, use whatever associations that come to you. What about South Dakota? I often think of the carved mountain of the presidents, Mount Rushmore. And the capital of South Dakota is Pierre. So I imagine a Pierre coming out of the carvings. Put yourself there as well. Imagine coming out of the carvings, standing on top of the Pierre. South Dakota, Pierre. Now for the bits of time it takes, if you create images as such, you will never forget them, and your whole brain is getting an exercise. Your right part of the brain has become active in the learning process, whilst your left part of the brain works with the creativity. Now we'll go in depth of both the right and left part of the brain later on in the course. Now let's take another state, Montana. That immediately makes me think of Hannah Montana, and its capital is Helena. Now Helena used to be a babysitter of mine who took care of me from infant till 5. So I imagine Miley Cyrus and Helena doing a duet. Now I got a connection and filled in the missing piece of the puzzle, and it all clicks. Now let me give you your first project. I want you to memorize the capitals of all 50 states. I mean, it's a lot easier now. Before, we all had to keep repeating something in order to memorize. Now that you know the techniques, all you need to do to memorize is associations. Well, with this method, memorizing 50 states and its capitals is going to be a breeze. You might get some wrong, but look at the mirror and say to yourself, how much faster is this method? Okay, let me give you a mini test. What's the capital of Minnesota? Do you have the image? St. Paul drinking a mini soda. What's the capital of South Dakota? Think about Mount Rushmore, and what's popping out? Yes, it's Pierre. What about the capital of Kentucky? Think of KFC. Frankfurt. What about Kansas? Topeka. And Montana? Helena. And Florida? Tallahassee. Do you still think you got those countries? What's the capital of Norway? Oslo. What's the capital of Netherlands? Amsterdam. Now remember, all the times that you're doing this, you're working out your brain. Just like how people work out in the gym to get that muscular body, you're working out your brain to get that muscular brain. You're exercising creativity. You're allowing your imagination to do what it's best on doing. You're being highly inventive, thus increasing your powers of association. And it's getting faster the more you do it. You're exercising your memory so that it becomes more efficient in so many aspects. And the perk of it is that you're becoming smarter because you're gaining more knowledge. And you probably notice it too. Your associations are becoming automatic. Maybe your associations are so fast, even you can't keep track of how you're coming up with it. For example, this happened to me with Kansas and Topeka. I suddenly thought of a farm field because Kansas, in my mind, is just a state full of farms. And Topeka, I thought of the juice Tropicana. So now I've got the connection. Now that we've got the wheels of association to start moving, how about another exercise? I'm going to give you 10 American states with their capitals, and I want you to quickly and immediately come up with associations. I don't care how you get there, as long as you make a link. Okay, let's begin. West Virginia, Charleston. California, Sacramento. Alabama, Montgomery. Alaska, Chennai. Maine, Augusta. Delaware, Dover. Louisiana, Baton Rouge. Michigan, Lansing. Ohio, Columbus. And Texas, Austin. Okay, let's see how you did. This time, I'm going to give you the capitals and you'll give me the state this time. Okay, ready? Let's begin. Charleston, West Virginia. Next one. Sacramento, California. Montgomery, Alabama. Juneau, Alaska. Augusta, Maine. Dover, Delaware. Baton Rouge, Louisiana. Lansing, Michigan. Columbus, Ohio. And finally, Austin, Texas. So did that work for you? Now we'll go through more techniques and more methods in the upcoming videos, and I'll see you in the next video. I remember once in high school, my chemistry teacher was bragging how in college, she had to memorize the entire periodic table of elements. Now I memorized the whole periodic table of elements, along with its atomic weights, using the techniques that I've taught you. And the way it is possible is by making a journey of 118 stages. So for this journey, just imagine each element as a key image. So if someone asks me what element number 73 is, I'll immediately know it's tantalum, and the weight is 180.95. Or radium, element number 88, I know its symbol is Ra, and its weight is 226.0254. Now let me tell you, this may sound impressive, but I have a trained memory. I'm trained to do this. And you can do the same as well. Now speed is a factor, and it comes with practice. Always use the three main factors to aid you: association, location, and imagination. Let me show you how simple chemistry can be. Let's take the symbol for hassium, which is HS. How would you find a connection between hassium and HS? Well, hassium sounds like Hussein, so I think of Barack Hussein Obama teaching history. So if you allow it, your brain will find a connection. And mercury, the symbol is Hg. Well, mercury immediately makes me think of fish, since a lot of fish have mercury content. Now, I don't know why I think of fish as the name mercury pops up, probably due to an article about foods to avoid in high mercury content. So I think of Hugh Grant, which represents Hg, eating lots of fish. Now you may ask, what about definitions? Well, let's see. How about alcohol? Alcohol is a series of compounds of carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen. So think about those letters, C, H, and O. Then think of alcohol causes hangovers, CHO. Then you'll always remember that definition. Here's another definition. An allotrope is an element that can exist in different forms. Like carbon, it can be diamond or it can be graphite. So it has many allotropic forms. So just think of different forms or shapes out of a rope. Hence a lot of rope tricks. Allotropic. Get your siblings into this, or your children. They'll memorize the entire periodic table of elements. Just think of how useful this would be as a basis for learning chemistry. So every time you hear an element, you're already familiar with it, and you already know the atomic number. Now you could learn the whole periodic table elements in just a day once you train your memory. Now just to show you how this is possible, I want you to form a journey. Maybe around your chemistry lab in school, if you still remember it, or maybe your school. What I'm going to do is that I'm going to give you the first 10 elements in order. But first things first, we need some associations. So when I say hydrogen, maybe think of a explosion like a hydrogen bomb. Helium, we'll think of a helium balloon. And for lithium, well, I think of a battery, maybe Duracell. Beryllium sounds a lot like barrel, so I think of a radioactive barrel that explodes when you shoot it. Boron, well, think of a boar that is ready to tackle you. Boron. Carbon, which is the sixth item, well, think of a diamond or pencil. Nitrogen, well, I think of dynamites. Oxygen, well, think of a oxygen mask. Fluorine, think of flowers. And as for the 10th item, neon, well, think of those neon lights that glow in the dark. Okay, so now you got ready-made associations. Now what you gotta do is put them in a location. Pause the video and make a journey around your school. And when you're ready, come back. Okay, so are you ready with those 10 stages? Position yourself in the first stage. And when I call out the element, just visualize its association. Let's begin. Hydrogen. Next stage. Helium. Lithium. Beryllium. Boron. Carbon. Nitrogen. Oxygen. Fluorine. And finally, neon. Now keep thinking. Now go back to the first stage. What do you see? You should be seeing an explosion. Hydrogen. Next stage. Something floating. A balloon. Helium. Then it's lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, and finally, neon. And if you created a marker, like at the 5th stage, which is boron, then I could have asked you what the 3rd stage is, and you could have gone back 2 stages and know that it is beryllium. And if I say give me the 8th element, you can go 2 elements backwards from neon and you'd have oxygen. So really, this is the key to learning. Always look out for associations. Make connections, and after a while, it'll be automatic. And chemistry doesn't have to be boring. Bring the elements to life. Think of nitrogen as a dynamite. Animate them. Bring them to life. And most importantly, have fun whilst learning. So until the next video, keep on practicing. Today we're going to talk about definitions, and then we're going to go on a journey. Now I'm going to talk about a word or two, about a word or two. I'm going to teach you how to spell correctly. Now you have to be careful with certain words and their meanings, like the difference between annual and perennial, lightning and enlightening. And this is a problem that many people encounter in school. So maybe you're doing a crossword puzzle and you come across a word that you aren't really sure about. So you look up the meaning, and the next day you already forgot the meaning. Now, do you remember when we were memorizing names and faces? And the trick was to forge a link between the person's face and the name, or maybe an artificial link. Well, we can use the same principle with words and their meanings. Take the word garrulous. Now that means talkative. Now that makes no sense to me whatsoever in its meaning and its word. So you have to forge a link between the two. In the very least, they don't even sound alike. The only common similarity in both of them are the syllables, since they both contain 3 syllables. So now you have to use your creativity in this case. Let's make this link. Well, Gary makes me think of the snail from SpongeBob SquarePants. So how about Gary talks a lot? Now that sounds a lot like garrulous, and we could also add in the meaning low-key if you know what I mean. Garrulous, Gary talks a lot. So Gary talks a lot is in fact acting as the link or bridge between the word and its meaning. So how would you forge a link between omphalus and its meaning belly button? Well, think of your arm fall loose on your belly button. What about cantankerous? Its meaning is quarrelsome. Well, I think of a tank making errors along the way, proving to be very quarrelsome. Another one. Vociferous, which means loud outcry or very noisy. So just think of voice ferocious. Okay, another one. Capricious means stingy. Well, I think of capricious, where someone is giving lots of money to others, coming out of his cap, and taking it all back. Hence, capricious. Here's another one. Endocarp. Endocarp means fruit pit. Well, I think of fishing and bringing an end to a carp by lowering it with a fruit pit. Hence, end of carp, or endocarp. Another one. Eclectic. Selecting from a variety of sources. He collects it all. Eclectic. Another one. Rapacity. And its meaning is greediness. Well, I would imagine a rapper rapping a city, and the more he raps, the more money he's getting. So he's rapping louder and louder. Hence, rapacity or rapacity. How about another one? Factotum. Its meaning is a handyman. Well, just imagine a handyman writing facts on a totem. Hence, factotum. Well, you might ask, what about spelling? I say potato, you say potato, but how do you spell it? Is it with an E or without an E? Anytime you're not sure of a word, well, you gotta get a little bit creative. Think not one single potato has an E in it, but two. So what that means is that the only time potato has an E with it is when it's plural. So here's a spelling test for you. I'm gonna give you a word, and you spell it. And then I'll give you the answer. Okay, let's begin. Spell embarrassed. Embarrassed has 2 R's and 2 S's. Here's another one. Cemetery. Well, let me tell you, there is no A in the word cemetery, if that's what you are thinking. Here's another one. Pursue. How do you spell that? Well, it's P-U-R-S-U-E. Another one. Accommodate. Well, that's got 2 C's and 2 M's. Accidentally. Wait, that was a trick. It's pronounced accidentally with A and double L-Y. Desperate. It's D-E-S-P-E-R-A-T-E. Another one. Anoint. Well, it's only got 1 N in the beginning, so it's A-N-O-I-N-T. Here's another one. Separate. It's S-E-P-A-R-A-T-E. What about receive? It's R-E-C-E-I-V-E. And finally, definitely. If you think there's an A in it, you're wrong by a long shot. It's D-E-F-I-N-I-T-E-L-Y. Now, like I mentioned before, you have to be a little bit creative. Let's take the word embarrassed. How can you remember that there are 2 R's and 2 S's in embarrassed? So think of feeling embarrassed, so you're rosy red and you feel like an ass. Rosy red, RR, and ass has 2 S's in it. How about the word cemetery? There's no A in it, it's all E's. If you look at the word cemetery, there's sort of a symmetry about it. A symmetry of cemetery. How about the word pursue? How can you remember it's P-U-R-S-U-E? Well, imagine being pursued by a thief who is after your purse. Accommodate? How would you remember that it has 2 C's and 2 M's? Well, think of accommodation. Think of taking your company car to meet Mickey Mouse on a business trip. And for accidentally, think of having an accident in an alley. And how will you get desperate? Well, think of desperado. D-E-S-P-E-R-A-T-E. How about anoint? Just think about an ointment. 2 words. And then you won't get the word wrong. What about separate? It's got para in the middle. So imagine somebody on a parachute descending on the word separate. What about receive? I before E except after C. And finally, what about definitely? Well, think of this. Night follows day as day follows night, which means DE follows NITE. So every time you do this, you're not only picking up valuable learning skills, but you're also exercising the whole of your brain. In other words, you're working out mentally. Now, you may have already seen some improvements such as rapid brainstorming, ideas coming faster, your brain craving imagination and associations. So help your library of vocabulary by linking the word with its meaning. You could use these techniques to win a spelling bee, or just take large amounts of information with less time, or make your studies more efficient and less time consuming. The limits are endless. Now practice the techniques that I've taught you, and I'll see you in the next video. Now, using the techniques that I've taught you in the previous video, Just think how you could use it to learn a foreign language. Just think about how much easier, faster, and obviously how much more fun it would be to go through your way of memorizing 50, 100, or even 1,000 words of Spanish, French, Arabic, or Japanese. Well, you name it. And now, I'll teach you this technique to learn any language you want to learn. Maybe you want to learn French or Spanish. Well, any language really. But don't get me wrong, using this technique, you still have to revise. Remember Emmyhouse's rule of 5. Review 5 times, and you got it for life. But with this technique I will teach you, it'll get rid of the hindrance of endless repetition. Why, you ask? Because all of the words and their meanings will become automatic afterwards. The use of images is so powerful that you will triple, quadruple, or even pentruple, if that's a word, the rate at which you learn foreign words and their meanings. For example, in German, the word for rain is Regen. How would you remember that? It's simple. Find a link between the foreign word and its meaning, no matter how crazy the image may be. Now me personally, I imagine it's raining round Regans falling from the sky. The Spanish for cow is vaca. Well, just imagine a bizarre image of a cow vacuuming a field. The French for pink is rose. Well, picture a bright pink rose. Remember, the clue is always in the word. You just gotta let your imagination let loose and let it find one. Well, since I'm teaching about languages, this gives me the perfect opportunity to teach you some French and Spanish vocabulary. And don't worry, it's gonna be fun. But when wasn't my classes fun, right? I'm gonna give you an English word and the French equivalent, and you have to find a link. And as your friend and teacher, we'll go through the first one together. For the word door, the French is port. Well, for this, the link for me is port wine. So I think of a bottle of port wine hanging by the door. Okay, now I'm gonna give you the words. Door, port. Hen, pole. Mouth, bush. Grass, ebb. Blanket, couverture. Menu, cut. Tablecloth, nap. See, mayor. Jacket, vest. Clock, pendule. Okay, so how did those quick associations go? Okay, now I'm going to give you the French word and see if you can give me the English equivalent before I give it. Okay, I'm going to start now. Port, door. Pole, hen. Bush, mouth. Ebb, grass. Couverture, blanket. Cut, menu. Nap, tablecloth. Mayor, see. Vest, jacket. Pendule, clock. I wonder what associations were going on in your head. Well, for sea and mayor, well, I think of a mayor of a town swimming in the sea. What about mouth and bush? Well, you can think of a bushy mustache covering someone's mouth. How about a herbal type of grass for ebb? What about clock and pendule? Well, think of a pendulum. For tablecloth and nap, think of napkin. So immediately, you see how these words are bridging the gap between the English equivalent and its French word? Couverture, that's blanket, so think of cover. And cut is menu, so why not imagine a playing card on the menu? Jacket and vest, well, they're kind of synonyms, so it's already there for you. Hen is pole, so why not think of a hen playing pool? Now you already know the technique for grasping any foreign vocabulary. Now I want you to try this for yourself. Get 25 new foreign vocabulary words, and you'll mop up those words. You'll see that this method is fast. It'll be a great tool for you to tackle any foreign vocabulary. So the mechanism by which memory works is through association. Allow your vibrant and colorful imagination
to find a link to fill in the gap between a word and its meaning. Look for patterns like as mentioned earlier, the symmetry of cemetery. Look for links between foreign words and its meaning. The German for rain is Regen. So what's the link? That's very simple. Imagine your own Regens falling from the sky. Now you may be a student or a traveler or a businessman. Use these techniques to learn vocabulary in a foreign language. Whether you call it smart or lazy, you're still soaking up all the information very quickly. Use these techniques, the powers of association and location, to boost your vocabulary. Become a walking encyclopedia. Now that's the infinite memory power hidden inside you, waiting to be tapped. Now we'll go through some more techniques and more methods in the upcoming videos, and I'll see you in the next video. Today we'll do another fun exercise. This time I'm going to give you the 10 best Academy Awards from 1990 to 1999. So form a journey, doesn't matter where it may be, get a journey of 10 stages, and as I read out the description, transform them into memorable and vibrant images. Okay, are you ready? Remember to use your powers of association. Use the first thing that comes to your head. Okay, first stage. This is 1990. Driving Miss Daisy. Next stage, 1991. Dances with Wolves. Next stage, 1992. Best Picture Academy Award, Silence of the Lambs. Next stage, 1993. Unforgiven. Next stage, 1994. Schindler's List. Next stage, 1995. Forrest Gump. Next stage, 1996. Braveheart. Next stage, 1997. The English Patient. Next stage, 1998. Titanic. And finally, 1999. Shakespeare in Love. Now keep thinking all the time. Go back to the first stage. You should be able to get all of them. 1990. Are you driving someone? Who is it? Driving Miss Daisy. 1991. What was it? You're dancing with some creatures. Dances with Wolves. 1992. Do you see any lambs? Why are they so quiet? Silence of the Lambs. Next stage. Unforgiven. Next is Schindler's List. Forrest Gump. Braveheart. The English Patient. Titanic. And finally, Shakespeare in Love. So did you get all of them? So now, if anyone ever asks you what was the Best Picture Academy Award for 1997, you can immediately say it was The English Patient. And what was before that? 1996? Just think back through your journey. It was Braveheart. How about 1995? It's gotta be Forrest Gump. Now, if you had to memorize that list using traditional methods, like repeating it over and over again, how long do you think it would take you, not to mention how boring it would be, to memorize this list using traditional methods? Now, using the techniques that you're learning in this course, you just memorize that whole list in just a few minutes. I really do hope you're enjoying the techniques that you're learning in this course. I'll have more techniques and more methods for you in the upcoming videos, and I'll see you in the next video. In this lesson, I'll teach you how to become a walking calendar. Now, if someone gives me their date of birth, I can tell what day of the week they were born in just a few seconds. For example, the 31st of August in 1912 was a Saturday, and the 10th of August, 2057 will be a Friday. Now, someone might say, I was born on New Year's Eve, 1999, and I would say that's a Friday. Now, being able to tell the day of the week is not just a great party trick, but a great way of settling arguments, such as, no, you couldn't have been at church that day because it was a Saturday. And when I hear about dates in history, one question that comes to my mind is that, did the day of the week have any influence on the event or occurrence that took place that day? Okay, so I was watching a YouTube video the other day about the world's most dangerous poisons, and I came across ricin. Now, one occurrence, or rather famous occurrence, of ricin appeared in September 11, 1978.
when the Bulgarian journalist was killed. I immediately know it was a Monday. What a terrible way to start the week. Do you remember the moon landing on July the 20th, 1969? Now that was a Sunday. How about another famous date? I'm not sure if you were alive back then, cause I wasn't. It was June 22nd, 1963. That was the day when Kennedy was shot. Well, I immediately know that it was a Friday. Well, by the end of this lesson, you'll be able to calculate it yourself. I will reveal a trick that many magicians would be upset to know that I revealed. Now, this skill does not require a lot of math. All you need is 75% memory and 25% math. Simple mathematics, of course. So while it may take me a while to explain this method, but as I mentioned earlier, what takes me minutes to explain can be calculated in your head in seconds. But it will take a bit of practice to get there, of course. Before I reveal the method, let's take the example of someone who types. Do you think he is looking at his keyboard? No, he just knows where all the keys are and keeps on typing. It's a bit impossible to believe until you see it. Or take the example of a pianist. You think he has the time to convert the score into notes on the piano? He obviously doesn't. He automatically knows where his fingers should go. Now you might say, how can your brain work out something so quickly? Well, my method is a lot easier than that. There's a lot less involved than trying to learn something from scratch. The only drawback is that it may sound complicated, but it isn't complicated at all. It's fairly simple if you understand it. So how do I do this? And how so with my incredible speed? Well, you could do it as well. I'll give a few examples and talk openly about how it's possible to do this. So what do? Well, I have a series of codes. Every year to me represents a single-digit code. So when I hear the year 1986, I immediately think of the code 2. If it's 1975, I also think of 2. 1967, well, I think of the code 5. 1999, the code 4. So I'm going to tell you how to memorize all those codes within just a few minutes. And the very next thing you need is a different code for each month. So when I think of March, I immediately think of the code 4. December is 6, October is 1. It's second nature to me, really. Now the third and final step is that you gotta know a symbol for each day of the week. Now that's very easy and simple too. Sunday is church day, so I consider it the first day of the week. So Sunday is 1, Monday is 2, Tuesday is 3, and so on, until I end up with Saturday. Now in this method, anything that is divisible by 7, I cancel it out. So those Saturdays should be 7, I'm gonna make it 0 since it's divisible by 7. And that works with the date as well. So if you have the 7th or 14th or 21st of a month, then you call it 0. So if it's the 15th, well, you take out the multiples of 7, 2 sevens, and you have 1. Okay, now let's take it step by step. June the 10th, 1986. June, well, the code for June is 5. So keep that in mind, 5. Let's take the date, the 10th. Take away the 7, and you have 3. So now we have 5 from June and 3 from the date. One more code left, 1986. And the code is 2. So what you do now is add up all those numbers together. 5 plus 3 is 8. 8 plus 2 is 10. So now what do? You cancel out the 7 and you're left with 3. And what is 3? It's Tuesday. Now you must remember this. What may take me minutes to explain can be worked up in your brain in seconds. Now of course, you do need practice. You need to learn the codes. Let's start with the month codes. And it'll act as an exercise as well. There are only 12 codes for the months, starting from January till December. So here we begin. January is 1. So what's the link between January and 1? Well, that's fairly simple, since it's the first month. January is the first month, so the code is 1. Well, as for February, think of Valentine's Day. It's the month of love, and love is made up of 4 letters. So the code is 4. Now we move on to March. Well, think of an army marching forward, because the code for March is 4. Did you see that in your head? Use images. Use your imagination. Next month is April. The code for April is 0. Well, in the US, April is the month of spring, so I imagine it hailing instead of raining. And the showers of hail coming from the sky are the size of soccer balls. Remember that the number shape for 0 is a soccer ball. Just imagine that in your head. Okay, but what about May? Well, for May, I think of it as if there are only two things that can happen. It may or may not happen. So the code for May is 2. June, the code for June is 5. So what's the link? Well, I don't know anyone named June, but I do know someone by the name of Junie. So I think of him being stung by a snake. Remember, the number shape for 5 is snake. Maybe you know someone named June. If that's the case, you got the link ready made. Just imagine him or her being stung by a snake. And you'll always remember the code for June is 5. Now obviously it's better if you use your own associations. Perhaps you think of June Carter, the late singer, singing whilst being stung by a snake. July. Well, the code for July is 0. Again, use the number shape. Imagine someone you know by the name of Julia or Julie kicking a soccer ball. Now we move on to August, and the code for August is 3. Now how would you find a link between August and 3? Well, I think of the star sign Leo, which has 3 letters. Does that work for you? August 3, Leo 3. Well, now we move on to September, and the code for September is 6. Well, September is the time of the year when fall comes in, so I think of leaves falling. We'll use the same concept we used for August. Leaves have 6 letters, so the code for September is 6. Now we're almost done. Next is October. Well, October makes me think of octopus. Now the code is 1, so how would you link octopus with 1? Okay, so just imagine octopus give off ink from its body using pens, which is another number shape for 1. November is 4. What comes into your head when you think of November? Well, I think of novice, and that word reminds me of a character in an anime called Naruto named Gaara. So I think of Gaara in a sailboat. And maybe he's lamenting and crying whilst he's on the sailboat, drifting across the sea. Remember, the number shape for 4 is sailboat. November 4, sailboat 4. And for the last one, December, the code is 6. This time, I want you to find a link between December and 6, and I'll leave that up to you. Now I'm going to test you on the months. I'm going to say the months, and I want you to give the code before I do. Let's begin. January. Do you need a clue? January is the first month, so it's 1. February. Thinking of Valentine's Day, the month of love, so it's 4. March. An army marching forward. March is 4. April. Think of spring. Instead of rain, it's hailstones the size of soccer balls. So April is 0. May. Remember, it's only 2 things that can happen. May or may not. So May is 2. June. Well, I don't know anyone by the name of June, but I do know someone by the name of Junie. Was he hurt? He was stung. He was stung by a snake. Number shape for 5 is snake, so the code for June is 5. Okay, July. July or Julia? What was Julia doing? She was kicking a soccer ball. So 0 is the code for July. August. What was the link between August and the code? Star sign Leo. Leo has 3 letters, so the code for August is 3. September. That's when fall comes in. Leaves start falling. Leaves has how many letters? 6, so the code for September is 6. October. What comes to mind when you think of October? An octopus? So the code for October is 1. November. Who was crying and lamenting? A novice called Gaara was crying on the sailboat. So the code for November is 4. And for the last and final month, I have no idea what was going through your head. December. The code for December is 6. Okay, so now you have all the month codes. So let's go back to the same date again, September 11, 1978. Well, all I have to give you now is the code for 78, which is 6. September 11. Take away the 7, and it's 4. What is the code for September? 6. So 6 plus 4 plus 6 gives us 16. Divide that by 7 and you have 2 left over. And 2 equals Monday. Now it'll become clear later on.
Okay, now in the next video, we'll go over the year codes. Until then, practice what you've learned. And I'll see you in the next video.
Now finally we've come to the year codes. As I mentioned earlier, every pair of digits from 00 to 99 is a person to me. So when I hear the number 64, I think of my mother. Now I know the code for that is 3. Now how is that? Well, I want you to imagine this. Say it's your birthday and you're about to go home, and you're thinking of who to invite for your birthday. But little did you know that your family and friends have organized a huge party for you. They invited 100 guests. And when you reach home, you see your family and friends. You see some famous characters as well. Fictitious characters, friends, family, politicians, royalty, actors, actresses, even people from your past. Now obviously not all of them can fit in one room. So your family and friends have organized them and put them into different rooms. 7 rooms to be exact, including the backyard. So the backyard is one area, and they organize them into little circles in each room. So this is how you would learn the year codes. You would imagine all 100 year codes being split up into 7 rooms. Let me give you an example. So the area of the garden, which is the code area for 0, now there you got characters like Oscar Schindler, Otto Octavius from Spider-Man, and you got Benny Hill as well. So if we translate them back into numbers, you got Oscar Schindler, OS being 06. Do you remember the Dominic system? So what would Otto Octavius be? It's gotta be 0000. And Benny Hill, BH? That's gotta be 28. And what's happening in your bedroom? Well, you got Anne Hathaway, Neil Armstrong, and Stephen Colbert. Now, do you think if the party happened in your house and there were 100 people there, would you be able to remember where everyone was stationed? Of course, because you want to make sure everyone is having a blast at your birthday party. You want to make sure they have food. You want to make sure the party is very memorable for them, and the list goes on and on. And this is also a very fun way to exercise your brain. It's also a cool, awesome, beneficial, practical, and useful technique to have. To show how this works, we're going to take a few of those guests and put them in the garden. So what I want you to do is think about your own garden and just form a little journey around the garden of 7 stages. And at each stage, you're going to imagine seeing some famous and fictitious characters, and they're going to be passing their soccer balls to each other. Now remember that the number shape for 0 is a soccer ball, and that's why we have it in the garden. That'll give you the number code for each of the following years. Now I'm going to give you the images of famous people or cartoon characters. Pause the program, and when you have 7 stages, come back. Okay, are you ready? Now use your imagination. Picture all of these characters. First one, Otto Octavius, aka Octopus. Oscar Schindler, Ariana Grande. Now she's a singer. Imagine her singing one of her songs, such as One Last Time. Next is Bill Clinton, Barron Hilton, Snoop Dogg, Charles Darwin, and finally, Dwight Eisenhower. Did you get all those? Okay, let's go over it again. Otto Octavius, Oscar Schindler, Ariana Grande, Bill Clinton, Barron Hilton, Snoop Dogg, Charles Darwin, and finally, Dwight Eisenhower. Now, can you picture all those characters in your garden? Well, make sure they're interacting with each other. Make them pass the soccer ball or hit each other with the soccer ball, which will allow you to remember that the code is 0. Now, if you think about those characters, you can trace it back to the year dates. Like Oscar Schindler would be 06, 1906. Ariana Grande, AG, would be 1917. Bill Clinton would be 1923. Baron Hilton, 1928. Charles Darwin, CD, 1934. And Dwight Eisenhower, 1945. Okay, now we take any of those dates and we'll figure out the day of the week together. Okay, February. What's the code for February? 4. Keep this number in your head. February 8th. So you divide it by 7 and 1 left over. So now you add 4 plus 1 and you have 5. 1934. Who's 34? It's gotta be Charles Darwin. So you know he's in the garden. So the code is 0. So you're still on 5, which means the day of the week is Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Now, as I mentioned earlier, it takes a while to learn this, and some time to explain too. But with a little bit of practice, you'll be able to do it within seconds. Oh yeah, let me give you a tip. When people give me their birthdays, I try to get them to give their year first, so I get the code. Let's say the year you get is 1945. So you're looking at 45, which is Dwight Eisenhower. So we immediately get rid of the year, since we know he's in the garden, and the code is 0. So now we head right into the date itself. April 4th. 0 plus 0 plus 4 equals 4. What does that give us? 4. Okay, another one. We'll do it the opposite way. June 25th. Remember to divide by 7. So 25 divided by 7, you got 4. And June is 5. 25th is 4. So 5 plus 4, which is 9. Divide 9 by 7, and you got 2. 1928. So you think, who's 28? That's Baron Hilton. He's in the garden, so he's 0. So the answer is, we're still stuck on 2. It has to be Monday, the second day of the week. Now, if you want to be an astro with dates, use this method. You can use this with any century you like. You can go back in time or drive into the future. All that is required for that is to learn another set of codes for the centuries. Now, a little warning with the leap year. There will be a slight adjustment for any date that comes between January or February. Now, leap year is any year divisible by 4. So like a leap year would be 1940, which is pretty obvious, as well as 1984, 1988, and so on. So when you get a leap year, there's a very little slight adjustment. Now normally, when I go to parties, I get people to tell me their birthdays, and I tell them what day of the week they were born on. But sometimes I get people to give me more information than they normally would, and then suddenly I turn the conversation and say, well, New Year's Eve in 1999 was a Friday. Now this is an awesome skill to have, and you can have lots of fun with it. Soon you'll be a walking calendar, and if you think this is difficult, let me tell you, my niece, who is 8 years old, could do it. I mean, she just learned how to add and subtract, so if she could do it, you could do it too. Well, I'll give you the code for all the years in the worksheet in the following lecture. Be sure to visualize all of the characters in their respective positions. And if you think this was an awesome skill to learn, let me know, email me. In the next few videos, we're going to delve into ways of developing the photographic side of your memory. Sounds interesting? So till the next video, keep practicing the techniques you have learned, and I'll see you in the next video.
Wait a minute. Excuse me.
Oh yes.
Excuse me.
Oh yes.
In this lesson, we'll look at how you can develop your powers of photographic memory. So a lot of us have some kind of degree of photographic memory within us. I remember when I was 7, I was watching an airplane fly by, and I wanted to record that scene in my mind and see how long I can keep that memory. So I took in all the information. I studied what I ate for breakfast that morning, my surroundings, the sounds, the gestures, the looks of my parents and my siblings, the smell of the dal and roti, and I said to myself, that's it. I'm going to keep this memory and see how long it retains in my head in my life. That's why I could explain that moment so vividly to you. And that discovery, as years passed by, seemed like an amazing thing to me, that after so many years, I still am able to retain this moment with such detail. Now maybe you had a moment like this in your lifetime. Perhaps you could remember your first day at school, or your first Pepsi. Well, you might say, why the Pepsi? Well, Pepsi was a big thing in the 90s where I lived. Now in your life, from these moments, how many of those details can you recall? Now if we can recall information in detail, like a specific moment in our past, why can't we do the same with a newspaper or article or magazine? Now throughout my journey of memorization, the thing that astonishes people the most is when I get the day's newspaper and I memorize that day's newspaper. More than any card memorization, chess memorization, names and faces, lists, or anything really. This technique amazes people the most. So I tell someone, give me any page, and say they give me page 18. And I would say, on that specific page, there's an ad all about rent. I talk about the price, the location, the number. Then someone else would give me another page, and I would say there's 8 people there, and these are their names. This is the caption, this is the event, and that's the location. And underneath that is an article about the event, and this is what it entails. Now this goes on and on for a while, and eventually somebody will look at the financial section where all the stocks, their opening and closing prices, and somebody would call out a company. One would say, Rand Gold Resources Limited. And I would say that went down by 47.25 cents. Then someone else would shout out Avis Budget Group Incorporated, and I would say, oh yeah, that went up by 36.8 cents. Now this technique personally came in really handy when I used to do day trading with options. It allowed me to see the pattern in the stock market really clearly, giving me foresight, like how after 3 days the market goes down, then at this time of the day the market goes up, at this time it came down. It was really an interesting experience as well as very profitable. Now you might say, well, do you remember all this? Well, if you apply the techniques I'm about to teach you, you could do the same. It really isn't that hard. Now quick revision. What are the 3 main factors of memory? They are association, location, and imagination. Just think of the late Muhammad Ali, Ali the greatest. And these are the greatest factors that will allow a horrible or poor memory to transform into an amazing memory. Try this yourself. You can either listen or just get a magazine or newspaper and try the first 10 pages. Okay, let me just get hold of a magazine. Okay, I got it now. So this is what I normally do. First thing first, I need to choose a location. I usually choose some open place. Now do you remember how we used the journey around your home to do the shopping list? Well, the home is a bit confined, but it's fine since we were using it to do one object at one room. But in the case of newspapers, you need a broader scope and wider space. So the journey I want you to choose is something like a park or a favorite walk. So now I'll prepare the journey. So like the first stage could be the entry to the park. The second one might be a tree, some special tree or a unique tree. The third stage may be the bench where you always sit. Fourth stage could be the children's play area. So what I do is, I've got a magazine right here. Just skim through and pick up the main themes. So on the cover, I'm looking at Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Well, he's the sexiest man alive for the cover. So he's at the first stage of the journey. Then I go to the next stage. Okay, now I got a picture of a lake with a guy sitting on a rock on top of a lake. It's a picture from Alberta, Canada by Travis Burke. So I just imagine my teacher, whose name is Travis, barking away on top of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson whilst he's floating on a swimming pool. And Albert from the movie Fat Albert is drinking maple syrup, which allows me to remember that it's in Alberta, Canada. Then I go to the third page. Well, let's see what it is this time. It's an ad for a credit card. Now I associate this theme with the actual location, which is the backyard. Then what I do is quickly run through my encounters. I go to the first stage. Now what happened at the front gate? Okay, it was Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. He had the crown put on his head, representing the universe. Maybe he won the Miss Universe title. Wait, isn't that title only for women? Oh, he must be the sexiest man alive. Then we go to stage 2. There's my teacher, Travis, barking on top of Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, on top of a swimming pool. And Albert is drinking maple syrup. Now what was it? Oh yeah, it was Travis Burke's photo of a guy sitting on top of a rock on a lake in Alberta, Canada. Then I go to stage 3, the backyard. Maybe there's a tree with credit cards growing out of it, and so on. Now, once I have that, I got hooks. I can attach more and more information. Okay, now did you notice when you read a magazine, even though you have a lot of information that goes in your head, sometimes a lot of it is lost because you have no way to access the information. It's not until you hit a restaurant and someone says, "Hey, did you hear who was named the sexiest man alive this year?" And then you're like, "Oh yeah, that's gotta be Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson." And all the information comes flooding back. Now the amazing thing about the journey method is that it allows you to access in order all the information. So you go back to the first stage, and this time, look at more details about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and add more details. So it could be to remember his 45th birthday, and if you want to remember that, use the Dominic system. 44 gives you DD, which gives you Donald Duck, for example. So put him in the scene with Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson. Then go to the next stage. Add more information about that picture. Just keep building up your knowledge, keep refining it, enhancing it, and soon you'll be a walking encyclopedia. Now get ready, because we're going to do an exercise now. And we're going to memorize the contents of a magazine. But we're only going to do 9 pages. So what I want you to do is make a journey and make sure it's in the open air outside. It can be a park or a favorite walk. Now create a journey of 9 stages. And as soon as you get those 9 stages ready, come back to the video. Okay, so did you get all 9 stages ready? If you did, let's proceed. Now here's what we do. As I give you the images, try to relocate each image to its specific location. So go to the first location in your mind and imagine what I'm about to tell you. Let's begin. Donald Trump. Okay, use all your senses: touch, smell, taste, sight, and emotion, color, hair, movement, and just imagine him in the background. Donald Trump. Okay, now let's move on to the next stage. Now this time, you see an angel squirting perfume. See if you can create that image. And now imagine that angel in your background. Now move on to stage 3, wherever that may be. I want you to picture this scene. A typical movie and popcorn scene. A guy watching a movie eating buttery popcorn. Okay, did you get that? Move on to the 4th stage. Okay, this time it's an advertisement for a wedding. So how would you connect it to the scene of your specific location? Don't forget to use logic and common sense. Okay, let's move on to the next stage. Okay, now you're walking through your journey. This is stage 5, halfway through the entire journey. This time, I want you to imagine a car. It's an SUV. It's an ad for a SUV. Okay, that's awesome. Now imagine a time machine. I personally thought of the Back to the Future time machine. Now imagine that scene. Okay, now did you get that? We're going to move on now. Okay, now here's a typical scene that you might see in the park. There's some people having a picnic. In fact, they're eating chips while the sun is shining bright. Let's move on to the next stage. This time it's a poster for the makeup company called Olay. And finally, this time, you see a box full of Oreos. Keep reviewing the whole time. Go back to the very first stage of your journey. So you go back to the first stage. Now what do you see? Donald Trump. Next stage. Angel squirting perfume, hence angel perfume. Go to the 3rd stage. Popcorn. A guy watching TV with butter popcorn. Keep going. A wedding. It's an ad for a wedding. Stage 5. It's another ad for a SUV. Next stage. Back to the Future. The time machine. Then we have a picnic with people eating chips while the sun is shining bright. Sun chips. Then a poster for a makeup company. Olay. And finally, a box full of Oreos. Okay, now that you got that in your head, what we're going to do is we're going to attach more information to those stages. So these are like hangers or hooks, which will allow you to add more information. So go back to the first stage, which is where you see Donald Trump. Now here, we'll start filling in some details. Using all the techniques I've taught you before, using imagination, I want you to convert the information into images and attach them to each of your symbols that you got in the picture. Now let's begin. Now I will go through the first one with you. Remember, you see Donald Trump in the scene, wherever you may be. Now I want you to imagine a riot happening in that scene in front of Donald Trump because of his travel ban. Okay, move on to the next stage. it's where an angel is squirting perfume. It's basically a poster of a girl using angel perfume. So imagine an angel squirting perfume onto a girl. Okay, moving on to stage 3 now. It's that scene of a man watching a movie whilst eating popcorn. Buttery popcorn. Now there's a caption there. It says, when it comes to great butter taste, the only choice is Pop Secret. Are we gonna pop a secret whilst eating popcorn or eat Pop Secret? So bring it to life now. Maybe the person is eating a cold butter bar with delight, and through each bite, his secrets are getting revealed, one by one. Okay, moving on. Stage 4. And remember, it was a wedding ad. And there's a price tag for it. It's $354 per guest. So using the Dominic system, you can convert 35 into Chris Evans, Captain America, and the 4 into a sailboat. So imagine Captain America on a sailboat, and connect that to the wedding. Okay, next stage. Remember, it's an ad of an SUV, and there's a deal for it. It's $439 for 36 months lease. So now, let's use the Dominic system and convert 43 into DC, which makes me think of DC Comics, and the person to come to my mind is Batman. And we use the number shape for 9, which is a balloon and string. So connect the image of Batman holding a balloon to the SUV. And to remember the lease is for 36 months, convert 36 into a character. 36 converts into CS, which makes me think of Charlie Sheen. So connect that to the picture. Maybe he is the villain or the driver. Well, use your imagination and form a memorable image. Okay, let's move on to the next stage. It's the time machine. Okay, now there's a price tagged onto it, and it's $655. So convert that into characters. 65 translates into Snake Eyes, the guy in G.I. Joe, and give a number shape for the number 5, which is a snake. Perfect. Now connect Snake Eyes with the snake to the time machine. Make it a very funny or gory image. Now immerse yourself in the picture and have fun making it. Anyways, let's move on to the next stage. It's the Sun Chips ad. Now the caption this time is healthy, hearty, and delicious. So just convert those adjectives into images. For healthy, imagine Arnold Schwarzenegger. For hearty, imagine Mr. Peanut. You know, the peanut with a hat and some kind of magnifier in one eye. And for delicious, imagine a fat chef. So now, have these 3 characters in the picnic eating sun chips. Okay, next stage. It's the ad for the makeup company called Olay. And in the caption, it says, "Join me in the battle against aging." So imagine 2 different armies. One filled with children, and the other with only adults. The army with the children has a battle cry, and then both shoot at each other with makeup. Well, get creative with it. Use logic, and most importantly, have fun using your imagination. Now let's move on to the next stage. It's the box full of Oreos. Now the caption this time is, "Have one. The Tooth Fairy approves of it." So for this one, you can imagine the Tooth Fairy has a pencil instead of a wand. And me personally, I imagine Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson to be the Tooth Fairy since he starred in a movie in 2010 called The Tooth Fairy. Now the Tooth Fairy gave an Oreo instead of money this one time. Now make your image, and after you're done, begin the next video. Okay, now we'll begin with the process of reviewing the whole thing and see as to what information comes to your head. Okay, so go back to the first stage. What do you see? It's Donald Trump. And what's the ride about? It's the travel ban. Okay, let's move on to the next stage. Angel, girl using the perfume called Angel. Angel perfume. Okay, the third stage. It's the ad for Pop Secret. And the caption was, when it comes to great butter taste, the only choice is Pop Secret. Okay, moving on to stage 4. It's a wedding ad. And the price is Think of Captain America, $354 per guest. Okay, next stage. It's the ad for the SUV. What's the monthly price for the lease? Think of the image of Batman holding a balloon. That's got to translate into DC, which reminds me of DC Comics, which in turn translates into Batman. And Batman translates into 43. Then balloon translates into 9. And how long is the lease? Well, who was the villain again? Ah, yes, it was Charlie Sheen. Next stage. It's the time machine. Okay, what was the price again? Imagine snake eyes with a snake. So the price is $655. Next stage. It's the scene of a picnic. The ad for Sun Chips. Now, what was the caption? Imagine the 3 characters. It's healthy, hearty, and delicious. Next stage. It's the ad for the makeup company called Olay. What was the caption? Think about the 2 armies. Alright, it was join me in the battle against aging. And finally, the last stage, it was a box full of Oreos. And what was the caption? Something to do with the Tooth Fairy. It was, have one. The Tooth Fairy approves of it. Okay, that was great. Now do you see how it's all working together? The symbolic images are acting as hooks that allow you to add more and more information. So in theory, you could go back and add more information to those new images which you're creating all the time. And that's basically how you memorize the entire contents of a newspaper, magazine, or article. And that goes especially true for the speed. But if you really take this to the next level, you can memorize the entire stock market. So until next time, practice the techniques that you've learned, and I'll see you in the next video.
Now, after coming so far into the course, I really do hope that you're using these techniques to help in everyday life. Maybe you have used it to successfully memorize names and faces, or memorize your shopping list, or maybe you're a student who took advantage of these techniques to learn more in less time and retain more information in your head and just speed up the whole process of learning. Maybe you already impressed your colleagues at work, school, or maybe your family and friends. You present crisp, clear presentations right at the top of your head, and they're probably asking you questions like, what happened? How come your memory is so sharp? People are getting suspicious of you. Have you been using some pill that makes you smarter, or something similar? Or are they simply asking, how did you do that? Also, did you notice something else? Maybe you're more pleased with yourself. You're much quicker at creating associations and making connections. You're able to memorize more and more, and you're also more creative. You feel like you're able to focus and concentrate more. Are you becoming more observant? Are you becoming better in your ability to memorize and recall information? Are you more organized mentally? Are your stress levels down and able to cope with pressure? Is the metaphor of developing memory muscle making sense to you? Are your dreams more clear because you are working out the visual part of your brain, thereby enhancing the quality of your sleep? Now we will delve into the last stage for the course, where we learn what's going on in our brains and why memory training is the best kind of exercise to give your mind to develop your whole brain. So now the question is, what are the functions of the right and left parts of the brain? Why does one have to be in a certain mood to maximize their level of concentration? And what is really the best environment for learning? Now, if you're not exactly sure if you're doing the exercise I'm going to give you the right way, then I'm going to explain what it feels like to have a pumped up memory. What it requires to memorize a 300-digit number in just a few minutes. I'm going to tell you what it takes to become a memory champion, and there's a memory champion in you. That is, if you want to be. So why should picture Nicolas Cage writing on a blackboard about E equals MC squared be good for our brains? Well, in my opinion, memory training balances your brain, thereby creating harmony in all aspects of your life. And some of the benefits are successful and happy relationships, and most definitely success in the field of business. Now let's prove those big claims I just made. So let's go a little deep in your brain, particularly the functions of the left and right part of the brain. Your brain's upper part is known as the cerebrum and divided into 2 parts, and they are left and right hemispheres.
Your brain is at the core a mix of electricity and chemistry. There is always a flow of electricity across the left and right hemispheres, and their frequencies varies throughout the day. Now for most of us, the speed at which one side of the brain is operating matches the speed of the other side, hence a balanced brain. But if one side is damaged, that can lead to an imbalance in brainwave frequency. Now in extreme cases like stroke, where areas of the brain can die due to a lack of oxygen, causing speech loss, and if speech is maintained, people may feel that a huge portion of the vocabulary has been taken away, like portions of pages lost from a book. Now each hemisphere processes information a slightly different way. For instance, the left part of the brain is better trained for serial processing, analyzing information in a linear way, wherein it processes information one piece after the other. So that can be attributed to the reason why our left part of the brain is ideally suited for taking in speech and solving problems and questions in a logical way, as well as numerical data. Now we come to the right part of the brain. This part of the brain is better trained for parallel processing, wherein it processes several pieces of information at the same time. So that's why this part of the brain is better suited for processing pictures, colors, emotions, and it's really active during dreams. So in general, you can pretty much say that the left hemisphere is better suited for taking in words, numbers, order, analysis, speech, and on the case of the right part of the brain, it's more suited towards taking in spatial awareness, color, dreaming, synopsis, rhythm, dimension, and obviously, imagination. Now, I don't want to say that both sides of the brain are completely isolated, but did you notice that there are some people who are slightly one way or the other? You could say that someone left-brained using logic, numbers, sequence, words could be a lawyer, historian, a math teacher, or an accountant. And what will be the case of the right-brained people? Maybe they are an artist, musician, a dreamer, or architect. Now, wouldn't it be really amazing to develop and engage in both hemispheres? So you can be an excellent all-rounder, a master of all, and have a powerful and balanced unison control over both hemispheres like Leonardo da Vinci, who was both very much an artist as well as a scientist. So while keeping in mind the skills of each hemisphere, just think of which hemisphere you're using to memorize something such as a shopping list using the journey method. Well, let's analyze and break it down. We're using order for the journey method, so we're using the left part of the brain. And we're obviously using our imagination, so we're using the right part of our brains as well. We're also using spatial awareness, right brain again. Now what about words? So you're listening to words and converting the words from the left hemisphere and transforming it into images onto the right hemisphere. You're also using color, right brain again. You're also using logic. Remember how many times I told you to use logic? Of course, make the journey logical. So why is Nicolas Cage writing E equals MC square on a chalkboard? Give him a reason. So you're using left brain logic. You're using overview, serial processing, taking information one bit at a time. You're using parallel processing. You're converting serially delivered information and putting that into an overall scene using many things at once. In fact, you try any of those cortical skills and you'll see that you're exercising all those brain functions. In simple terms, you're engaging both sides of your brain. So how would this manifest itself with two fully synchronized hemispheres? And what will be the result of combining these two hemispheres? Well, how about colorful logic, right and left, imaginative speech, spatial analysis? Okay, answer this question. After the first few exercises, did you feel like your brain was a little strained, a little overworked, a bit sore? So like any muscle that hasn't been used for a while, it takes some time to develop and loosen up. Was it a little difficult to begin doing everything at once? For instance, to remember the stage of the journey, to think of associations to turn into images, and then exaggerate it and position it into the mental background. Well, it obviously wasn't easy in the beginning. What you are doing is calling the whole of your brain, and the whole of your brain is giving its undivided attention. Now, if you drive a car, can you remember the first time you had a driving lesson? In the beginning, you had to do so many things at once. Put your foot on the clutch, into gear, apply foot on the gas pedal, and ease your foot off. Mirror, signal, and maneuver. Now, didn't all of that hurt your head? I can tell you, it sure was a pain. Now, back then, did you think to yourself, I'm never gonna master all this. There's just too much to do, but you did. And now driving is second nature to you. Well, my theory is that this style of memory training
will make the act of engaging both sides of your brain second nature to you. By doing simple exercise every day, you'll be doing the equivalent of an early morning jog. Now, just like a marathoner preparing to run, stretching, exercising, and preparing the body, so too you are preparing your mind, warming it up to deal with the day's events and pressures. But there's more effect to balancing the harmonious effect of memory training, as you'll see in the next video. Now it's time to look at brain waves, and there are 4 types of brain waves we use, and they are beta, theta, alpha, and delta. Amongst these 4, beta is the fastest. If you're having an epileptic seizure, then you're at very high level beta, more than 30 cycles per second. At the current moment, I'm talking to you in beta. So in my case, in order for me to convey my thoughts to you in words, I have to be operating at about 14 cycles a second. And that's the rate at which my brain is working. And I hope you're listening, because in your case, you're operating at about half that speed. In which case, you should be at alpha, which is down right about 7 to 8 cycles per second. So alpha is like the perfect stage for full concentration and receiving information. Now every now and then, your brainwaves will slow down even more, down to theta. And theta is used when memorizing. Theta is where you download information. So for instance, when you're going through a journey and recalling information and picking up old memories, your brain should be operating at about 3 to 4 cycles per second. Now when you're dreaming, you're also in theta. When you're imagining and dreaming your fantasies, dreaming lovely things, you're operating at about 3 to 5 cycles per second. Now if your brain drops down to 1 cycle a second, that's delta. That's the lowest level there is. At that time, you're not even dreaming. There's just enough activity to drive your vital organs. Now throughout the day, our brain waves vary. It goes up and down. So based on this information, what does this tell us? Well, actually a number of things. One of them is that to learn at speed, you need to slow down your brain waves, which is kind of a paradox. So it's really a bad idea to be shouting, getting into an argument, or getting in a fight if you want to study. So it seems that the peak of learning is at the alpha wave. So ideally, it would be a really good idea to be in a quiet room without any distractions and where you can be relaxed. And if you want to recall information, you gotta slow down even more, to the theta wave. Think about it, you're more likely to remember events from the past if you're sitting in a quiet room with your eyes closed than in a situation where you're in the middle of a riot. Okay, next. By exercising your brain in this manner, by choosing any one of the exercises in this course, you're promoting balance and harmony. Now your brain probably has 300 billion neurons. And neurons are the working parts of the brain. And it's a combination of connections between these brain cells that give rise to memory. So every time there's a new, unique thought or idea in your brain, you're making new connections between neurons in your brain. Now through science, we have come to learn that we only use 3 to 7% of the brain's potential. So think of the rest of the untouched brain, which we are not using. Now if you watch the movie Loci, you can already start fantasizing about what potential we have not yet tapped. So there's a huge untapped resource, an ultra supercomputer lying dormant throughout our lives, unused and not applied. What a waste in not using it. One question I used to ask myself was that if I memorized so many playing cards, won't I run out of space in my brain? But rather the opposite happened when I started memorizing. I realized that the more I memorize, the more space I seem to make available to store new information. It's pretty darn fascinating that you can increase your brain's capacity by thinking new thoughts. Now, new thoughts means new connections, new pathways in your brain. That means you have many more ways of solving problems. So when you think of a shady corner alley residing next to your pathway at your local neighborhood, you're making a brand new pathway in your brain. Now you can use that pathway to solve a problem that comes later. So it's kind of like a road leading from your house to the airport. Now if there is one road and it gets traffic and gets congested, then you're stuck. But if you got new pathways and alternatives, then you'll have so many different ways to get to your destination. And that is exactly what happens in your brain every time you exercise it. And that is the reason why I repeatedly say that these exercises are not only practical, but also beneficial for the whole of your brain. Think about it. Why do we admire a quick wit? Why do we admire comedians who can make us laugh? As a matter of fact, why do humans enjoy exhibiting humor? Maybe it's because they indicate a rich mixture of connections in the brain. Thus, a creative mind is a powerful mind as it induces us to like people with such minds. Now in the next video, we'll cover more about the effects on the brain. From the information accumulated so far, we've seen that your brain works best when your brain waves come down to a comfortable pace. Now here's a tip in order to get to that comfortable pace. So when you're recording information,
Close your eyes. Various memory trainers and specialists have been tested in EEG tests, and the results were fascinating. The results showed that when these memory specialists were recording information with their eyes open, the information that entered their brain via light input speeds the flow of electricity in their brains. But when they closed their eyes, they aided the flow of theta rhythms, which is ideal for memory and recall, and alpha waves for learning. So let's look at another scenario. What if you're nervous before giving a presentation or speech or before an exam? How do you relax? The financial report, the report that your boss wants from you, the one you gotta prepare which is due this morning, but you just can't seem to concentrate and get focused. Now the stress is getting real. The following cure, which I'm about to give you, has been compared to meditation, self-hypnosis, or neuro-linguistic programming. But in my own terms, I say it's adjusting the right structure of the mind. This remedy not only eradicates stress, but it also allows you to tackle your studies head-on. So lie down on your back or sit comfortably in an armchair. Okay, now with your eyes closed, focus your attention on every part of your body, starting with the feet. So as you work your way up, let go of any tension or pressure in those muscles until your whole body feels like a heavy weight. So start with your toes and work your way up, every muscle in the body. Feel the tension go away as you work up. Now when you go to your face, feel the face muscles. Feel the tension going away on your face muscles. And let your jaw relax as it gives into gravity. Now with the rest of your body taken care of, now you can concentrate on your breathing. Think about your heartbeat. And any feeling of nausea caused by the anxiety of stress. Breathe deeply and slowly, even if your heart seems to be pumping furiously. With the use of your imagination, try to transform any feeling of nausea or stress into an associative tangible image. For instance, the infrequently feeling of nausea felt at the back of my throat. I imagine it to be a slow trickle of tiny gray pellets. Now when they reach my chest, they gather into sticky, covered shape of ball bearings. So whatever you may be representing, just imagine a hand dipping into your body, holding a tight grip to the harmful objects and throwing them away at great distances beyond your sight. Continue this process until most of the stress is removed out of your body. So with your body relaxed, deep breathing, and the nausea reduced, summon the image of a place or person that gives you thoughts of peacefulness, or maybe a happy or relaxed feeling. This can be a holiday location, a scene from your childhood. Hold on to that image and immerse yourself into that pleasant, warm feeling. Now gradually impose that pleasant image into the image of your anxiety. For instance, you might imagine walking into your examination hall at high school or college or the boardroom at work and see the people you love standing there. In my case, I used the scene of a quiet library room with a cute crush reading a book on the far corner to my right, as it always gives me a feeling of happiness. But what I'm holding is not a book, but rather a laptop, which to me normally represents work, deadlines, accounts, lectures, coding, and other aspects of responsibility. But by blending the two images together, one of happiness and the other of anxiety, I'm actually neutralizing the substance of my fear. So by staring dead on to your worst fears at their face and removing any bad feelings associated with them, you can now approach the job or task at hand with a relaxed and positive state of mind. Try this method yourself. Now in the next video, we'll continue with more advanced memory techniques. Now are you ready and equipped with the right frame of mind? Because we're now going to take the first advanced test. So before we begin, I want you to prepare a journey of 30 stages. And yeah, 30. Now if you already have a journey of 10 stages around your house, just extend it to 30 stages around the neighborhood or town. Now if this helps you, write down the stages on a piece of paper so you get used to the new stages and go through it a few times. Also remember to make the stages interesting. Use a deli, store, tree stamp, and make sure you don't have too many stages all alike. If your journey consists of a train, don't have more than one compartment. Make sure each stage is unique from the others. Now pause the program, and when you have all 30 stages ready, we'll begin the test. Now I want you to get in the mood. Close your eyes, and please don't do this if you're driving, because if that's the case, wait till you go home. Close your eyes and just visualize yourself floating around the journey that you just created. Now, once you do that, there are a few points you should look out for. How should you see each stage? Well, try to take the same vantage point each time and get a feel for each stage. This is crucial, as you'll see soon, for memory recall. It's not easy to elaborate on the feelings you get on a room, but it's a combination of different things. Associations from the past all blend in together to give you a unique feeling about a certain room. In your case, see if you can sense that. Okay, check your breathing and make sure it's relaxed. Also, remember to take in deep breaths in and out. As I've explained before, oxygen is crucial for memory and your existence. Okay, now advance through the journey and feel your body relaxing all the way. Your mind shouldn't be galloping and dashing here and there, but rather it should be moving at a steady rate. In other words, relaxed but also focused. If you feel your eyelids fluffing just slightly, that's a sign of the alpha waves. And if you caught that, you're in the perfect condition for concentration and listening as well as receiving information. Now sit upright, feet squarely onto the ground, straight spine, head faced forward, hands under your legs, and a good sitting position, but feeling relaxed and easy. Smooth breathing. When you think you know the journey forward and backwards, I'll start calling out the 30 objects in order. So this is what I instruct you to do. Close your eyes, and you should already be on your first stage. You're anticipating and waiting for something to happen. Remember to use logic. And a little exaggeration doesn't hurt. It shouldn't be too exaggerated, because these images should already be natural for you. Use color as well, and make sure to make the image instant, as in the first image or association that comes to your head, since that usually is the best. Okay, no more help now. Ready? Let's begin. Here's the list. Red balloon. Sunflowers. Drum. Water jug. Little pony. Canvas. Truck. Sneakers. Cheesecake. Camera. Ruler. Pencil. Backpack. Sculpture. Orange juice. iPhone. Ice cream cake. Lion. Skateboard. Palm tree. Basketball. Helmet. Screwdriver. Gold bars. A wire. Ninja. A white dress. Journal. And finally, book. Keep thinking all the time and keep your eyes closed. Review the scenes. Now go back to the first stage and advance through the journey. Let the images rinse over you as they return. Don't force the memory. If you're not sure, just let it happen. And if it doesn't come through, skip to the next stage. You can do this. And of course, if you need time, pause the video. Now, did you get those images? Now, a score of 10 is excellent. Now, if you remember the first 7 in sequence, you're part of the top 1% of the world with the best memories in the world. Now, I'm not going to repeat those objects. So listen carefully. See how many you get right. Red balloon. Sunflowers. Drum. Water jug. Little Pony, Canvas, Truck, Sneakers, Cheesecake, Camera, Ruler, Pencil, Backpack, Sculpture, Orange Juice, iPhone, Ice cream cake, Lion, Skateboard, Palm tree, Basketball, Helmet, Screwdriver, Gold bars, a wire, Ninja, a white dress, Journal, and finally, Book. Now if you've been practicing with these techniques, then your score should be somewhere between 10 to 20, which is excellent, especially if they are in order. Now if you got a score of 20 to 25, then you're way above average. If you scored all 30, then I'm kinda getting nervous. I might end up battling against you in the World Memory Championship. If you got all 30, you can be a potential major player in a national memory competition. Now a question that people often ask is how long does this information stay in my head? Well, why don't you experiment it yourself and see how long it stays in your head? Now what you might like to do is get a sheet of paper and write down all 30, as many as you can, as fast as you can. And then I'm gonna call out the list again, and you just check them off. Okay, did you get that list? I'm gonna go through them now. Red balloon, sunflowers, drum, water jug, little pony, canvas, truck, sneakers, cheesecake, camera, ruler, pencil, backpack, sculpture, orange juice, iPhone, ice cream cake, lion, skateboard, palm tree, basketball, helmet, screwdriver, gold bars, a wire, ninja, a white dress, journal, and finally, book. Now if for any reason you scored really terribly, don't worry about it. Help is nearby. You just need to work on your imagination, the visualization part of your brain, the right side a little more. Here's an exercise to help you with your powers of visualization. Don't worry if you're not an artist. I myself can only draw doodles and lines. What I want you to do is get hold of a container full of items, such as a vase and flowers, or anything similar, and get a sheet of paper. And just study the vase of flowers, or something similar, for about 2 to 3 minutes, absorbing as much information as you can, and then look away to the other side and reanimate that vase of flowers to the minute detail as much as possible. And spend a few minutes to do this. And when you've run out of recollections, go back to the vase of flowers again, and this time you'll notice a shadow, or some tiny detail, or the shape of the leaves, something you hadn't noticed the first time. So absorbing a bit more information, study it again for a few minutes, and then return to your drawing and add the details that you missed. Keep doing this until you run out of ideas and recollections. Try to remember as much detail as possible, and try doing this on a regular basis. It really does help your powers of observation as well as visualization. Now just as athletes train to get into the zone, so should you be aware of setting your brain to the desired frequencies for learning a memory. Practice relaxation and imagine slowing down your brain as well. High frequency brain waves are reserved for excitement and fun festivities. If you want to be an Einstein or Newton, then slow down just a little. If you're feeling stressed and there's a lot of pressure, then practice the relaxation exercises that I've taught you. Now in the next video, we'll continue with more amazing memory techniques. Stick around to find out, and I'll see you in the next video. Now we're almost done with the course, and we're reaching our final stages with our journey. So now we're going to increase the level of difficulty. If you've been getting well with this course and finding the tests and exercises easy, be careful. The final tests are, as you'll see soon, as tough as they get. If you are successful in memorizing 10 objects in order, then there possibly can be anything to stop you from memorizing 50 or more objects. The only problem is that the speed needs to catch up, and that comes with practice. Now if you can memorize 50 objects in order, then a 100-digit number should be no hassle, because you got a new trained memory. Tools that are needed are confidence, organization, the will, and the desire to succeed, and of course, imagination. So what I'm implying is that you're already a memory champion, maybe even potential world memory champion. And if you are a potential world memory champion, you have to be able to memorize a deck of cards. So we'll start learning card memorization. Maybe you like playing cards like blackjack, goldfish, bridge, crazy eights, or poker. Maybe you want to learn how to memorize a pack of cards, or just curious as to how it's done. Well, whatever your motive is, card memorization is an excellent exercise of fine-tuning your memory. I'm going to reveal the technique right now. The technique is very simple. Each card represents a person. So let me show you what I mean. I've got a deck of cards right here. I'm just going to shuffle. Let's pick a random card. I've got the King of Diamonds. That's SRK, Shah Rukh Khan, the richest Bollywood actor. Ace of Clubs, well, that's Ace Ventura, summoning a rhino. Eight of Spades, that's Harry Styles from One Direction. Six of Hearts is Sherlock Holmes. And the Ace of Hearts is my cat. And it goes on and on like that for all 52 playing cards. It's become second nature for me. I don't really have to work on it anymore, but I did have to work on it in the beginning. So how did it come about for these characters? Well, it's more of a personal thing, but I first started by staring at the court cards. So I started with the jacks, kings, and queens. So I started looking at their faces, and I thought, well, the king is someone rich and powerful. Shah Rukh Khan goes into that category perfectly. Then I looked at the other cards and saw a vague resemblance of uncles, friends, and relatives. So what I suggest you do is get a deck of cards and do the same thing. First begin with the court cards. The kings, the jacks, and the queens. All 12 of them. See as to who they remind you of. Keep going through the deck until you start recognizing cards as people. Once you're done with that, start looking at other cards. Do any of those cards trigger a particular person? Now for me, the Two of Clubs is Michael Jordan, since his jersey number was 23. How about Ace of Hearts? Well, that's my cat, because I love him, and he's my one and only cat. So how about 6? It's sort of a sexy sounding card. Who is your Six of Hearts? Now, like I said before, I associate each card with a person. So let your creative mind supply you with associations. And if you really can't find a link between a card and a familiar face, then help is nearby. There's always the option of the Dominic system. So what you do is convert the suits into letter in the following way. For instance, the clubs are C, the diamonds are D, the spades are S, and hearts is H. Pretty simple. Remember the code for the Dominic system? 1 is A, 2 is B, 3 is C, and so on. So here's the question for you. What would 3 of clubs translate into? Well, when I think about it, it's CC, so it's Charlie Chaplin. How about 3 of hearts? Well, that gives you CH, so it's Chris Hemsworth, the guy who plays Thor. What about the 7 of clubs? That gives you GC, so it's George Clooney, the actor. How about 4 of spades? That gives you DS, Doctor Strange from Marvel Studios. Okay, 5 of diamonds? ED, how about Ellen DeGeneres? Or the 6 of clubs, SC, Stephen Colbert from The Late Show. Now, before you begin attempting to memorize a deck of cards, you have to learn the language first. So when you deal a card, you should see a person so that it becomes automatic. So think of the example of a typist. Does a professional typist have to look down on his keyboard? No, because his or her fingers know exactly where to go, just like a pianist. It's the same with cards. When you see the 7 of clubs, you see George Clooney. 5 of diamonds, Ellen DeGeneres. 4 of spades, Doctor Strange. Now to reinforce the image, give that person a prop and an action. Now my crush from high school, 8 of hearts, is always reading Harry Potter. 6 of clubs, which for me is Stephen Colbert, is giving commands wearing a big furry hat. In fact, any chance he gets, he'll give commands wearing his big furry hat. And this is very useful because you want your characters and actions to be flexible. You want them to fit in any location and in any situation. Stephen Colbert, 6 of clubs, must be allowed to give commands wearing his big furry hat to anyone he wants, just as though my crush must be allowed to read a book wherever she wants to. For instance, let's take the example of the Ace of Hearts. Now the Ace of Hearts, for me, is always my cat, Mr. Green. Now I have the image of Mr. Green sleeping on the couch with his hands and legs out wide as though he's stretching. So wherever he is or what location it may be, he'll still be the lazy old cat he's always meant to be, sleeping with his arms and legs out wide. So you can already see how useful persons and their actions can be because you can put them absolutely anywhere. So the 7 of clubs is George Clooney. He's always performing surgery. So you see what's happening here? The characters are getting animated and you breathe life into the cards. And now you have something you can work with. Okay, the next part is easy. You know what's coming up. you're going to form a journey of 52 stages. After you got your journey sorted out, all 52 stages, now what you have to do is put those two parts together. But first, let's start with half a deck. You know what? Even 10 cards will do for now. We shouldn't try running before we have even learned how to walk. So start with 10 playing cards. Use a journey of 10 stages and imagine bumping into 10 famous, political, influential, whatever people they might be doing whatever they do. So here's a common journey for you. The first stage of the journey is the front gate to my old high school. So I'm there standing at the front gate. And now I deal the first card. It's the 2 of spades, Bernie Sanders. And birds from all directions are flying towards him. And he's just smiling. Got that? Now let's move on to the second stage of the journey. I'm looking at a garden to my left. Something's gonna happen there. I deal the card, and it's the 8 of clubs. I immediately think of Hillary Clinton checking her emails. Okay, great. Moving on to the third stage. And now I'm in a corridor in my school. The next card is the 4 of spades. Well, that's Dr. Strange. He's forwarding and rewinding the sadness kids before entering school and the pain after entering school. Now the fourth stage, I'm in a geography classroom. What do I have now? 6 of hearts. That's Sherlock Holmes. He's smoking at the classroom and filling the classroom with smoke. Now let's go to the fifth stage. I'm at the lunchroom. Let's see the next card, and it's 9 of diamonds. So who's that? Well, it's Nathan Drake from the Uncharted series. He's sitting at a corner with a gold coin, wondering if his search was worth it. And the kids at the lunchroom are scared of this guy who has blood stains all over him, and he's got a gun. So he's about to be thrown out. So you see what's happening? You just go on and on, attaching cards as people in various locations along your journey. So let's do a quick recap. Go back to the first stage, by the front gate. Who's there with birds flying to him from all directions? Bernie Sanders, 2 of spades. Second stage to my left, I see Hillary Clinton, 8 of clubs. Go into the corridor. Who's there forwarding and rewinding the reactions of the schoolboys? Dr. Strange, 4 of spades. Go to the fourth stage to the geography class. Someone is smoking and filling the room with smoke. 6 of hearts has got to be Sherlock Holmes. Fifth stage, Nathan Drake. Now have you noticed? I'm not creating a journey. I'm just merely connecting each character along a stage on the journey. So I don't have to connect Bernie Sanders to Hillary Clinton. They're not even within close proximity. They're just connected to the background. Now I'm not making a story, but I'm making a logical connection. Now it may be crazy to have a game character come with his gun and bloodstains to the school cafeteria, but it is possible within my mind. And what are the consequences of his presence? What are the chances of Dr. Strange using his time stone in my school? If I had to bet, I'd bet never. But what if? What will be the aftermath? Now you're probably thinking, but I can never do a whole deck of cards down to 1 minute. Just remember, my first deck took me 21 minutes and I had 26 errors. And that was after I had associations for each and every card. Believe me, you can easily get down to 5 minutes or lower. And if you can do that, know that you're 1 in a million. So just to recap, learn the language. First, pull out the court cards to get started. And who do these illustrations remind you of? Do any of the cards, like the 7 of diamonds, trigger a particular person? Use the Dominic system to convert cards into initials of famous people, family, and friends. Give each card an associated prop and action. So Hillary Clinton is checking her emails on a laptop. Bernie Sanders has birds flying to him from all directions. Sherlock Holmes always smokes through that tube. And Dr. Strange is always using the time stone. Now before you attempt to memorize, deal through the deck until you recognize each card as a person performing their unique action. Now to memorize a deck of 52 cards, you need a mental journey of 52 stages. Get to know the journey inside and out. Shuffle the deck and slowly deal out each card as you post them to stages to follow the sequence of your journey. Bring life into the scenes. Animate them. Bring color, logic, humor, exaggeration, sex. Use all your 5 senses. Use all cortical skills. Remember to have the ideal conditions. Relax. Slow down your brainwaves. The simple act of mentally viewing these imagined scenes will encourage brainwave control and brainwave balance. Also, make sure to time your very first deck. It's truly enlightening to have mastered your very first deck. In the beginning, it really doesn't matter even if it takes you an hour, because the next time, you'll dramatically cut down the time when you memorize a whole deck of cards. In the space of 2.5 months, I went from 21 minutes and 26 errors to 66 seconds with no errors. Also, here are some tips. Make sure your journey is rigid and positioned before you deal with cards. You should be ready for the first card in the first stage. Now, if you find it difficult to imagine, then try closing your eyes as soon as each card is dealt. Remember, with your eyes shut, you promote alpha and theta waves. You're blocking out distractions, and it's easier to concentrate and visualize. Another tip, imagine the area is quiet. Say it's a town, float through it as if it's a ghost town. All the inhabitants have disappeared. Now the ghost town is about to become lively again with the characters that are about to be animated with the power of your imagination. Now something that is very interesting is a writing from a Roman author written over 2,000 years ago with the same advice. Now remember, loci means a journey. There it says, it is better to form one's memory loci in a deserted and solitary place, for crowds of passing people tend to weaken the impressions. Now you might be tempted to think that you don't know enough locations to store all the information you need. But I can assure you that your imagination will never run out, because as the ancient author said, even a person who thinks he does not possess enough sufficiently good loci can remedy this. For thought can embrace any reason whatsoever, and in it will construct the setting of some place. In simple terms, you can use imaginary settings. If you think about it, there are an infinite amount of imaginary places that you can create in your own mind. Now the Greeks had a healthy combination of fictitious as well as realistic places, and they often combined the two. For example, if there isn't enough rooms in your house to make a long enough journey, you can always create an extra floor or make a basement. Anything is possible, and you obviously don't need anyone's permission. Now let me say something about visualization. Prepare to get your mind blown. I don't see an image in full detail. I just can't produce perfect internal images. I probably do when I'm dreaming, but not when I'm memorizing. Now the good thing is that I don't need that much detail for the image to stick in my mind. For instance, if I say to you, don't look around, but behind you, Donald Trump is standing there. Think about it. You have enough of an internal image to picture him there. You don't need a fully reproduced image. You know he is standing there. Just a few reminders by that unique voice, that unreal hair, that red tie and suit. That's all the things you need to know that Donald Trump is standing there behind you to make him memorable. And this is where logic comes in. What the hell is Donald Trump doing there anyway? So visualization isn't the whole package to imagination. Use whatever that may work. Sound, taste, feel, smell, humor, exaggeration, and so on. Imagination is a combination of all these things. Now practice memorizing cards, and I'll see you in the next video. So now, you probably think it's possible to memorize a deck of cards, even in 5 minutes. But how do you memorize 50 decks in one shot? Well, when I initially started practicing with cards, I found this method to be so powerful that if I used the same journey, I used to get a double image. And when I tried to memorize another deck of cards, the first series were still in my head and interfering with the second series of cards. So I just thought of using a second journey, because normally it takes 24 hours for the images to dissolve. And then I need a third journey, and then a fourth, and a fifth, and a sixth. Then when I reached the sixth journey, my capacity went from 52 stages to 312 stages. So what that means is that I can memorize 6 decks of cards, as well as 312 shopping items, customers, names, numbers, and the list is endless. So it's kind of like adding an extra hard drive to your computer. So to memorize 50 decks of cards, I had to get 50 different journeys, each consisting of 52 stages. That's when I get some real storage space. It went to 2,600 stages. With this storage capacity, I can compete in the World Memory Championships. Here are some of the events. You got to memorize 2,000 digits or more in an hour. You got to memorize like 25 decks of cards, and that's like the competing level. Not even enough to get you to win. You got to memorize names and faces in 15 minutes. The record right now is 164 names and faces. You also have a 500-word poem. a few hundred random words, and there are a couple more events. But the most difficult event there, and this is probably the one where you want to control your stress, is the spoken number test. Just imagine this. You're listening to an audio and you hear this voice call out 500 digits, and it calls out a digit every 2 seconds. 7, 3, 4, and so on. Now, even if you're successful in memorizing 500 digits, if you get a third digit wrong, your score is 2, meaning it's immediate death. Now, I'm not going to give you a 500 digit number, but I'm going to give you a 30 digit number. And it's going to be at the rate of 1 digit every 2 seconds. Think of this. The average recall for this test is about 7 to 8 digits, which indicates an average IQ. If you cross 9 or 10, then that indicates a high IQ. If you're anywhere near 30, your IQ is off the roof. So here's an instant IQ indicator for you. But firstly, you gotta prepare yourself. So get prepared and then start the next video. Now, how are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do 2 digits at a time or only 1 digit at a time using number shapes or number rhymes? So you have 2 options based on those choices. You either have to use a 15-stage journey or a 30-stage journey. So when you're ready, get in position of the first stage and wait for the digit. Okay, let's begin. But first, I'm going to count down to 5 to get you in the mood. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go. 3, 5, 9, 1, 8, 2, 4, 3, 7, 8, 3, 4, 4, 9, 0, 7, 5, 1, 3, 6, 8, 8, 5, 7, 1, 0, 4, 7, 1, 3. Keep thinking all the time. Now write your answer on a sheet of paper as is done in the World Memory Championship. And I'll read out the number to you again. Make a note of your score. Ready? Let's begin. 3, 5, 9, 1, 8, 2, 4, 3, 7, 8, 3, 4, 4, 9, 0, 7, 5, 1, 3, 6, 8, 8, 5, 7, 1, 0, 4, 7, 1, 3. So how did you do? What was your score? If you got 7 right, then that indicates an average IQ. If you got 10 to 15, then that indicates a high IQ. 16 through 25, that's genius level. You can be a prodigy. If you got 26 to 30, you're 1 in a million and you should think of competing. Okay, here's to those who didn't do so well. If you made a mistake, why? After a while, you may seem to notice that certain numbers, objects, or playing cards always seem to slow you down or trip you down. Now this is where analyzing the result is so beneficial. Which symbols are a hindrance to you? Maybe they're not strong enough for you, and in that case, replace them. Maybe a feature of the journey is so boring that it's no wonder that the images associated with it don't stick. In which case, rearrange the journey. So reroute it. Now the other thing is that if you slow down on your progress, then you should try to get faster. try and make mistakes. I remember a few years ago when I was trying to get below 4 minutes and I just wasn't able to do it. And then I started analyzing and saw that I didn't make one mistake. So that's when I realized that that was the problem. So I started pushing myself and I started making mistakes. But after a while, I reached 3 minutes without any mistakes. Nowadays, when I practice, I try to do it in 30 seconds, wherein I make 3 to 4 mistakes. I'm working on it. Soon I won't make mistakes through practice. Because otherwise, if I make perfect recall every single time, then I'm not really pushing myself to break through my limitations. And so with that, you pretty much know all the strategies that the professional memory men and women use to show off astounding memory skills. Now you are finally equipped with the tools for the infinite potential of your memory. Now you may be thinking of showing off your amazing skills in the World Memory Championship. And in that case, let me just say, I'm proud of you, and I hope you have a blast in the competition. Or you may be using these skills in the world to make money, make more friends, or impress the ladies. Now the journey has been fun, and I hope you all use these skills for improving the world, your life, your relationships, and use these skills to help others, and most importantly, to help yourself. But before I leave you to embark on your own journey without me, I want to give you a few last lessons and tips. First thing is, take care of your body. Let me just give you a snippet of the training I have to do. This is a typical day schedule. I wake up at 5 a.m., drink a liter of water, and then recall the previous night's dreams. And I do this to get my visualization going. 5:30, do some meditation. 6 a.m., I go for a full mile run. Come 7 a.m., I make a green smoothie and drink it. Then at 8 a.m., I'll memorize a 1,000-digit number. Come 9 o'clock, I head out to college. Come at 1 o'clock, I'm done with college and I go home to get myself some food for lunch. 3 o'clock, I'm gonna go to the gym to work out my body for an hour. 7 o'clock, I do a fast sprint card game where I go through a deck of cards as fast as I can. And then just relax and do my other tasks for the day. So you see, I have to practice my memory techniques every day in order to hone my skills. And I also have to keep my body healthy so as to allow my body to keep up with my mind. After all, it was Bruce Lee who once said, running water never goes stale. So you gotta keep on flowing, my friend. Now before I leave, I guess it'll be appropriate to give you your last memory test. In the next video, we'll continue with the tests. Okay, now it's time for another test. In this test, I'm gonna call out a list of 30 names. It's not sudden death, but I want you to memorize as many as you can in sequence. Remember to use all the mental tools available to you. Prepare another journey, or use one from your previous exercise. By now, I expect you to have about 2 to 3 journeys. Keep in mind that the more journeys you have, the more story space you'll develop. So listen to each name and let that name trigger someone you know, maybe someone famous. And of course, associate that person to the mental background of the journey you have. If you have to, pause the video because you need a journey of 30 stages. Now here comes those 30 names. Candace, Mina, Robert, Cindy, Derek, Jack, Edward, Lucy, Lula, Jennifer, John, Kelly, Murdoch, Samuel, Sakura, Chad, David, Kevin, Leo, Selena, Michael, Nasif, Natasha, Poe, Walter, Mike, Abraham, Sarah, Tom, and finally, Charles. Keep thinking all the time. Pause the video if needed. Now don't say I didn't warn you. I did tell you before that these tests were going to be a little tough. I want to make sure that you got those names along the journey. I'm going to go through the names again pretty quickly. Just mark them off and keep a note of your score. Okay, let's begin. Candace, Mina, Robert, Cindy, Derek, Jack, Edward, Lucy, Lula, Jennifer, John, Kelly, Murdoch, Samuel, Sakura, Chad, David, Kevin, Leo, Selena, Michael, Nassif, Natasha, Poe, Walter, Mike, Abraham, Sarah, Tom, and finally, Charles. Now if it is needed, go over the names again until you got all those names in your head. Why, you may ask? Because I'm going to give a list of 30 objects and I want you to connect those names to the corresponding objects. So for instance, when you go back to the first stage, you'll be seeing Candace in your mental journey. Now the object I'm going to give you is black helmet. So you got to imagine Candace putting a black helmet on or doing something with the black helmet. So every time you hear a description, you got to connect that person with the corresponding object. Okay, got it? Pause the video if needed, because we're now going to start. Ready? Let's begin. Black helmet, newspaper, cell phone, bazooka, cigar, basketball, laughing, stick, sword, magnifying glass, jersey pants, dance, guitar, naked, pizza, kissing, watch, boxing gloves, drawing, sarcastic, crying, flying, eyeliner, trampoline, Monopoly, drunk, jacket, unconscious, laptop, and finally, salt. I know I'm repeating this, but keep thinking all the time and continue on in the next video. Okay, now I'm going to read through the list, giving the person and the corresponding object, so you can determine your score. Let's begin. Candace, black helmet. Mina, newspaper. Robert, cell phone. Cindy, bazooka. Derek, cigar. Jack, basketball. Edward, laughing. Lucy, stick. Lula, sword. Jennifer, magnifying glass. John, jersey pants. Kelly, dance. Murdoch, guitar. Samuel, naked. Sakura, pizza. Chad, kissing. David, watch. Kevin, boxing gloves. Leo, drawing. Selena, sarcastic. Michael, crying. Nasif, flying. Natasha, eyeliner. Poe, trampoline. Walter, Monopoly. Mike, drunk. Abraham, jacket. Sarah, unconscious. Tom, laptop. And finally, Charles, salt. Now I can tell you had fun with this list. So now, measure your score. If you got 11 to 20 right, you're above average. If you got 20 to 30, you're a genius. You got a really colorful imagination. Now if you scored really terribly, don't worry. Just keep practicing. You'll get there soon enough. Now finally, all the tests, exercises, and lessons are done. So congratulations on completing this course. From this course, if even one aspect of your memory has been improved, be it absorbing names or telephone numbers very easily, or the ability to memorize a simple shopping list, then doing this course was probably one of the best investments you made for your memory. By improving your memory in one area, there will be a chain reaction of organized thoughts that will begin to emerge along with all the benefits attached to it. The road to achieving the potential of your infinite memory is laid out before you, and now you can walk on it and progress far in life. Let me tell you, it's not an exclusive path, which is only allowed for people with a special talent or gift for learning. It's actually available to anyone and everyone who's got a brain, which means you are well equipped with an incredible tool for absorbing information. Let your imagination, the gateway to learning and memory, unleash that brain power and push you along that ever-increasing speed. Practice your new skills using those 3 foundational tools that I've taught you: association, location, and imagination. Use number shapes, and particularly the Dominic system, to help you digest and embrace those weird numbers. PIN numbers, telephone numbers, dates, statistics, foreign words, playing cards, names and faces. They can all be processed swiftly and easily once you know how to convert them into colorful, meaningful, and memorable images. And the more you practice, the quicker you'll get, and soon it'll become second nature to you. The techniques, methods, and systems I've taught you in this course have been used by professional memory men and women alike, as well as first-hand experience through me. They have helped me a lot, and I wouldn't be where I am today if I hadn't used those skills. They are yours now to take full advantage of. Apply them, and you'll gain more than a reliable and efficient memory. You will acquire an insatiable appetite for learning. This is Nasir Sufyan. Good luck.
Congratulations, you just finished the course. You know, I gotta say, I'm very proud of you. Because most of my students, or most of the people watching this video, are never gonna come to this part, okay? They might skip to it, but they didn't actually earn it, right? But you did, and I'm really proud of you. And I wanna see where you go in your life. You know, where this journey takes you, right? If it helps you in any way, or if you go through some insights, you know, go through some experiences, email me. You know, I have my email in my channel. You could email me, you could comment, and I will respond. I'll try to, at least, you know. But yeah, I'm very proud of you, and good luck. Very good job. You should be proud of yourself.